It's on that shorty new year, shorty new year. Come along to Camp Shorty. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, it's Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, we're so glad you're here. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty camp leader is a fucking delight. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. Your opinions are valid, you can fly like a bird. With your comments on screen, you will always be heard. It's the best chat on YouTube, you can cuss all you want. And here at Camp Shorty, we even say cunt. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. Let your roll cast be free, so liberating. We stay on topic, although occasionally things get a bit feral, but it's clear to see. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year, a Shorty New Year. Come along to Camp Shorty, so glad you're here. It's a Miss Shorty New Year. Camp Shorty is where you will find family. Our beautiful minds will greet you with glee. At Camp Shorty, you can shine and shine bright because Miss Shorty camp leader is a fucking delight.
Hi, shorties. Sorry, running late. You know me. Hey, it's Sunday. We've got Sunday vibes. Sunday here. Happy Saturday in the States. Oh, that looks like a nice one for a lady. Oh. Firstly, happy 21st birthday to my beautiful wife, Stephanie's big Mr. Steph. Happy birthday. Can't see a thing. Where are my glasses? I had them. Oh, here they are on the spot. Ah, much better. Thanks, Steph. I've got a bunch of puffy sleeved, patterned blouses and stuff of Shein. This is high new me. A little bit of softness. Hello, Rita. If you're old, then I am ancient. But yes. Happy birthday, Mr. Bacon. Hi, Simi. Correct. Hey, thanks everybody for last night. That was a fun show. Great conversations. It was, for me personally, really like helpful to just actually verbalize and vocalize where I was, where I am, and just say some things out loud. Love you too, Loops. Thank you so much for coming on. So we had Loops, Pia, and Rita came on the panel. We had some really good conversation. We meandered through. There was kind of a topic, but nothing strict. Catch the replay if you didn't catch it last night live. Cheers, Hope. Good to see you, Simi. Simi's a boomer. You're a baby boomer, but you know that's okay. It was wonderful. Hi, Jenny. Good to see you. Let me make sure I've said hello to everybody, and then I'll go to replay crew. Hi. Ay. Shorty jammies on. Camp Shorty candle lit. Has it arrived already? That's amazing. Is it nice? And also shout out to our beautiful friend Shunwan, who hasn't been in chat for a while, but she placed an order for the funny cunt PJ pants, the wide leg lounge pants. Yes, the other day. So they're so comfy. Check them out. Pockets, drawstring, wash beautifully. Love 1010. Amazing. And Steph got herself some Camp Shorty flip flops, or as we call them in Australia, thongs. And the Saint Miss Shorty tank, I've got it in the teal blue. So Steph is gearing up for summer. Fuck this winter bullshit. Camp Shorty candle, yes. There are a bunch of different designs. There's a Camp Shorty one. There's a shine one. There's I think a bold and mysterious one. Anyway, Steph, I feel you, but in reverse. I am so happy that it's getting cooler here in the mornings. It's going to be warmish here today, but it's autumnal here. Thank goodness. So where's that replay? Thongs. I prefer flip-flops. Yeah, well, you guys call it a fanny pack, and in Australia, your fanny is your front bottom. We call it a bum bag. The cultural differences. Now, let me go back here. Let me go back up to this replay crew. Hi. Assuming we don't get struck on any of the stuff I've got to play for you, if you'd like to watch the live chat replay on your handheld device, your iPhone, your Android, your tablet, your iPad, easy peasy, go to the comment tab and there's a few little dots in the top right hand corner and swipe left. It'll give you the option to watch the live chat replay as well as leaving a comment. Leaving a comment really helps put things into the algorithm. Feel free to hype it also. But for now, don't forget to hit the like. Make sure you subscribe and share this stream out to anybody you think might find it interesting. I've put a poll in the chat. I'll leave it up for a long time unless we think of another poll to hold. But the options are: so, do you believe in the old world called Tartaria? Yes, topic reminder. Absolutely not. Nonsense. That's the first option. I'm open to considering it. ... Good. You're my kind of people. Some theories seem believable. Or I'm all in, rabbit hole. Hi, that's me. But I haven't voted. So make sure you vote. I'm interested to see your thoughts. Excuse me for clearing my throat. What's a whinge, Rita? A whinge is a complaint, like just whining about something just to get it off your chest. A vent. Washba, hi. Good to see you. Excuse me. Oh, clearing my throat. So this is part 2 of Tartaria. While I think of it, we are streaming simultaneously right now on YouTube, obviously, hi chat, X or Twitter, Kick, and Rumble. I'm building my Rumble library, but there's a live chat over there. If for some reason YouTube decides to shut us down, the stream will be continuous on those other platforms. We've had that happen before. Hi, censorship. Pierre, hello. Pierre, hello. It's good. Thank you so much for your contributions last night. And also, I'm apologizing to all of the panel for any time my enthusiasm to contribute or ran over you. And Pierre, I know you are a considered speaker, and I had to constantly remind myself to give you the space, excuse me, to finish your thought. So I'm sorry, it's been a minute since we've done. I've done any interviews, and certainly a long minute, a red hot minute since I've done a panel show. The last one was the 10-person streaming orgy that was the most overwhelming thing, with a bunch of people who are frankly pieces of shit. We know that now. So, in stark contrast to the beautiful conversation we had last night. So. Back to the replay crew thing, because I've got some clips prepared, lined up. Wow, you wait till you see my list, and I've got a video for us to watch. We're going to, sorry, my washing machine always. We'll push pause on, unless this one doesn't work, on the Tartaria Explained. That's a series on Rumble that we got halted on midway through. I think it was 19 minutes into part 2. Excuse me, or maybe it was part 5. Anyway. But if for some reason something I've got in this playlist has music or gets us copyright stricken, and I need to clip out the that portion to keep the video up on and available worldwide, it will eliminate the live chat. But who knows? We'll see. Holly, good to see you, my darling, beautiful friend. Hope you're doing all right. Excuse me. One more thing on the panel show. We will do another one. That was exhausting for me. It just took a lot of my energy. I loved it. But afterwards, I did really almost nothing and felt like my eyeballs were falling out of my head. So we won't do one every week, but we might do one once a month. Thank you so much, Hope. And Britt Ketchell, good to see you, my friend. We have Easter in Australia. We have Good Friday and Easter Monday off from work. It's a lot of, but we needed to talk about it, right, Rita? So I think it was an important cathartic experience, and I think chat also got a lot of benefit out of it. So Teresa, hi, thank you so much. Look at me being all ladylike and feminine. So Easter, whenever that is, I think 80K. Whenever Easter is, and I've got a forced 4 days off work, like the Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday here. We'll definitely do another call-in show then about anything. It doesn't have to be about anything necessarily, whatever you're feeling like. Yeah. Also, you're so cute, Rita. From now on, you don't have to call me Lisa, but feel free to just call me Lisa. I don't even have Miss Sure. I don't know. It feels so formal, huh? So, what else? Okay, I had a dream last night. We'll get going. Oh, you know what else? What else? Hi, it's a commentary channel. So if you would like to watch what we play on any of our videos, any of our live streams, if you would like to watch that replay crew without my contributions, without my input, without my commentary, the link is almost always in the chat. You can get a vibe what we're talking about, right? So shout out to the trolls. They're not legit people, but shout out to the trolls who've been copying. Yes, Piers, same. Shout out to the trolls who've been commenting on some of my stuff, including on some of the merch launch things. Hi, Flying Monkeys, or whoever you are. I don't need your shit. It's a commentary channel. I'm not going to tolerate people trash talking me on my own comment thread about, would you just shut up? No, I won't. And again, if you want to watch it without my commentary, the link is in the description box down below. I love you. Nice try. You'll be hidden immediately. You know, I'm just not doing it. So I have no tolerance for stupid fools who are coming in on alt accounts to try and make me feel bad about myself. I don't. That's projection. Suck a big one. So wild dreams last night. Yes, mine were kind of good. I found a whole bunch of kittens and cats, mostly kittens, because Tim wouldn't tolerate a new cat being brought into the house, but he would be happy. All of them, the whole family would love the kittens. I was finding a bunch of kittens, so many, and poor little dogs. Little dogs and I was putting them into a vehicle to save them. But then they didn't have doors. I was spending a lot of time trying to contain them and get them and take them and bring them home, and it was going to be magical. Unfortunately, I either woke up or I don't know, it morphed into something. Sorry about the throat clearing. I probably should have done some singing or something already. Let me just mute and clear it properly so I don't repulse you all. One more thing about the dreams, and this one's probably that was lovely, and I do think it's about me trying to save people and maybe people who are reluctant to be saved. And so, no matter how hard I try, they're sticking on their own sort of random journey. That's fine. I do think that's what it was. But the other dream I've been having relatively frequently, not in the last few nights, but I've had it at least 5 or 6 times. And blessedly, I am somewhat able to lucid dream. So I'm able to, within that dream, go, it's fine. It's a dream. Go with it, which is a pretty cool skill to have. And I remember most of my dreams intricately. But I have these dreams where I'll do something that's like open a door. That's my washing machine finishing. Or go to step over or jump over something. And that motion, the momentum of that motion will fling me up further and further and further and further and further into the sky or even beyond. And at one time I was holding a shopping trolley. Sometimes it's just me. And the initial terror of fuck, I'm out of control. I'm getting further and further and further and further and further and further away. But then I calm myself, I regulate myself within the dream and say, it's fine. And it is fine. I managed to get myself down safely. I land with a gentle, like graceful, like as though it was a parachute, but even more graceful. So I understand what those dreams mean too. But the first one was like, life artist, hi, good to see you. Poo. Jenny says the fact that people don't like something they watch and then take their precious time to make a douche canoe comment, it says way more about them than it does about you. Yeah, honestly, Jenny, you are lucky to have missed the onslaught of the smear campaign that was. They still go on about it over there now, but and this is what these people are doing. They're still trying to be a craw in my side. We actually have a lot of haters over here, and it's got nothing. They're doing it just to be assholes. Like it's nothing to do with my content. They're and I respond. The first couple I responded to and said, "Yep, the link's in the description below." P.S. It says commentary account, but now I'm just like, there's too many of them for it to be organic. So this is cool. Okay, now. First things first. Hi, we're doing Tartaria Explained Part 2. Revealed. Tartaria revealed. Like, honestly, I shit you not, and I'm probably going to start crying. This may well be the biggest lie of them all. This old world, this beautiful old world of technology, architecture, and knowledge, Tartaria, which seems to have been eradicated both through a cataclysmic event, mud floods, more than one, the fires, Chicago fire, Boston fire, all the fires that happened at the same time in America. That's right. That's exactly it. And I don't give a fuck. So the fires that happened all around, and it was all the major cities. Perhaps that's hyperbolic, but the fires that when you look, and I have got an extensive list of images to look at as well as a video to watch, which is quite long. So it's an hour and 48. But that's all right. Camp Shorty, y'all. The fires do seem to be a lot like the Maui and the LA fires, and we have them in Australia too, directed energy weapons. And Pia touched on this last night when I thanked her for her leading me by the hand up to the Tartaria rabbit hole and saying Tartaria, and my brain went Tartaria. Um, that this destruction of all things beautiful in old world. Oh, I missed your comment. Fuck them haters. That one. Shoot, I typed it twice. Maybe. Oh, and I missed Hope. Wow. Paul, sorry for yelling in there. Hope, thank you so much. You're the best, Miss Shorty. Thanks. And Britt, what did you call? What did you say I was again yesterday? The word we did learning time, and I didn't pay the learning time jingle. Uh, something dactic, antidactic. Hmm. Of course, Boston wants to go outside. Thank you for your continued support. I love it very much, and I love you very much. I'm not the best, but I go okay. So, autodidactic. Thank you. Heaven and Bailey. Okay, wait. Scrolling. I'm so sorry. Shorty, pretty please say hi to Heaven and Bailey. Heaven and Bailey, hello. I saw a photo of you all, beautiful girls. Thank you for sharing your mama. Is that my accent with us? Hi, Heaven and Bailey. Hi, yay. Well, do I have to not cuss? Yikes. Cute shirt, Lisa. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's the new year, new me. Do I want to tell you that I'm fangirling hard over Candace Owens' fashion sense? And I was like, well, I don't have thousands of dollars to spend on a blouse, but I can get 8 blouses from Shein for about 110. Just wait, I'm going to roll them all out because it's cooler weather now. We're into our puffy feminine blouse era. So good. Phew. Well, fuck. No. Whoa. It's not an open invitation. Now, so what are we doing? Tartaria. Let me get I've worked out a way that I can, it's pretty technological. Simply highlight. I can check off my list so I don't go, what have I shown you? What haven't I shown you? But let's do this. Also, shout out to my second monitor, Besticles. Magic. So, here's my list of things I want to show you, because we hadn't done a stream for a couple of weeks, and I save almost everything because I'm like, holy fuck. Shelly, hi, good to see you. Thank you also for coming up and showing us your fuck Trump Morse code necklace. It was so good to see you. Love you. Beautiful woman. Buster, just wait. So here's my list of things, and I've given myself some little prompts so I know what I'm wanting to show you. And at the very top is Buster, un momento, por favor. Okay, I just mentioned the mud flood, right? So here we are. Are we ready? We're so ready. It's gonna take me some brain power. Yikes. Why didn't that work? Did it work? No, that's it. That didn't. It says show this tab instead. Correct. Now, excuse me for clearing my throat. I mentioned this to Pia last night when we were briefly talking about Tartaria, because obsessed. So this is a dig out. So wait, why is it doing that? Is this because this isn't big enough? Correct. That's what she said. Here we go. So here was, this has never occurred to me in my brain. I've always just kind of thought, oh yeah. Sorry, just easily distracted by chat. So I've always just sort of assumed, never assume, it makes an ass out of you and me, that these, buildings that have beautiful things underground were built that way, that they dug into the foundations, into the earth to make lower levels. I don't think so. Right? Yeah, like mud flutters, says Brit. That's it. Exactly. Now let me. So no. Or what is this? What is it? Did you dig it all out? Wait. When 15 feet of mud rolls into town, do you dig it all out, or do you dig out just enough to access the level that got buried? Option B. Now, let me go back to this. Just find, and I've got a couple of mud flood things, and I know I had to stop. I'm like, stop. I kept, after I'd sent this email to myself, I obviously going back on to do the Twitters. I was like, there's more. There's so much more. I think I might have. Wait, I think I might have bookmarked just one last one. So just let me just check. Yes, you did. All right. So here's another one. So this is Seattle, Washington, 1906, digging out from mud flood. They call it the regrade, a 33-year project. Notice the buildings on the left side. You can see how high the dirt was. So that's interesting. Digging out, and also train tracks. Mud flood is fun to say. I agree. So that. Let me go and see what other mud flood things are. Oh, and I said I was going to highlight them, so I didn't forget. Already forgot. Just walk and talk. You know me. That's the one we just did. I'm pretty sure. Yep, that's the one we just did. So I'll highlight that. So we've done that. You can't see what I'm doing, but I totally am being professional. Wait, I'll go from the top. Well, we'll go from the top because this is just how I've compiled them as I've come across them. So this is welcome to my inside my brain. Oh, look, here's another one. Mud floods. Good. See? Totally a professional. Yikes. So it supposedly, so not just in the States though, right? This was a worldwide cataclysmic event, apparently. Well, relative, as much as here. We are, Simi, we are. Amazing. Stream Elements is all in today. Supposedly, this is an image taken of Krakow in Cracovia, Poland, during the epic flooding of some kind during the year 1813. Could this image be giving us a glimpse of the cataclysmic mud floods that occurred all over the world? Also, what took the picture? Airships. Spoiler alert, airships. What is it? Hindenburg skyships. And also, I'm just going to get you to wait. I will show you this. I'm just going to get you to stick a pin in the fact that airships, helium-filled floating things, it seems, and I have an image of this, all over the air, through all over the skies. But have you ever noticed how many vintage, this era, these early photographs of old world buildings and stuff, the sky is whited out? Have you ever asked yourself why? Well, it's because there's airships all through the sky and they didn't want us to know. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you. Wait. And look, it's got cute little things. It was cheap. I think it was it would have been less than $10. Sheen. It's terrible to feed that machine, that big brand slave sweatshop industry, but also cute top. So you can see that. This is a mud flood in Poland. The photo was taken in 1813. And who took the photo? Okay, cool. We've got it. Now I'm going to highlight that so I know. Let me see. What could this one be? No, I said I was going to go from the top, for goodness sake. Because we're going to talk about ether lamps and the energy spires that were on top of all buildings, which are also sometimes included in that whited out of the skylines in old photos. They could, the old world people, the Tartarians, could thank you, Shelley. Yes, 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 yes. It's all in the mindset. So the old world, the Tartarians, could pull free energy from the ether. Incidentally, the ether is one of the main elements that no longer exist on the periodic table. Why is that? Why would it be removed from us? The knowledge of the ether. It's a real thing. Um, but these old world Tartarians, ancient, I believe, could pull energy from the ether into these spires and then convert on top of buildings and freestanding ones, convert that energy into electricity, free electricity. Gee, why would they have stopped? Why would they want us to no longer understand that this is a possibility? Because capitalism and autocrats, technocrats, oligarchs, and pieces of shit running the world. Capitalists. Okay, so what did I say? I was going to say, in fact, while I'm talking about that, great segue, Lisa. I can't remember what this is. Okay. Yes. I'm just going to get rid of these two. Just now. No, this is probably going to be verbalized much better than I could have said. So, wait. Let me click on that. Okay. The origin, development, and end of Tartaria. The origin. How long did they take to develop? According to this timeline, there was no slow progression from the Stone Age. Tartaria did not evolve. It emanated. Is that how you spell it? Yes. They are said to be the direct heirs of Hyperborea or Atlantis. Oh, I love this so much. Also, sidebar, Hope, I know you said you slept through history in high school and whatever. I didn't even take history. This is like but same. So anybody who maybe slept through history, didn't take history, wasn't interested, it didn't register with him. Well, anyway, the history is all a lie, the stuff we're taught in school. But so here, history, mystery, Camp Shorty. Love you all very much. Construction time. They did not take centuries to build their cities by using cymatics, sound vibration, to levitate and mold stone. Like Graham Hancock, who I've touched on many times before, opines on this being a possibility in some of the ancient monolithic stone things and other, like Teotihuacan and all sorts of ancient temples. That and by using cymatics and geopolymers, liquid stone that hardens. Yes, like there's no cut marks. It's like soft butter's been carved into things. Like, wow, rabbit hole, welcome. They could erect a cathedral or an entire city in months. The World Network. Well, wrong thing. They were not separate nations, but a single network of consciousness. This is why architecture is identical across the world. And I've got so many photos to show you. It was an architectural operating system installed on a world scale. Next dot point. The harvesting of ether energy. They did not discover energy. They understood that the ether is the very fabric of reality. I love this. Chills. What is now called dark matter or 0 point energy. Next point. Antenna cathedrals. I don't know where the emphasis is supposed to be. Church spires and domes were not praying to a distant god. They were passive atmospheric plasma receivers. The tips, just the tip, ended in conductive metals, gold, silver, or copper, that drew the electrical charge down through stone columns, which often contained quartz. A piezoelectric material. Pipe organs, next dot point. These were not musical instruments for hymns. They were frequency resonators. Is it so cool? They were used to harmonize the human body. Oh, internal water, and to maintain the molecular cohesion of the buildings. Music was the fuel of their cities. While I think of it, I posted I can't remember, was it in Health is Wealth or The Truth is, in one of the drawers of my current fixation drawers in Discord, I posted a graphic of what all different frequencies, what aspect of the human mind, body, or soul certain frequencies are useful for regenerating and healing. So it's there. It's a little easy graphic. I did that overnight, or whatever, recently in the last 12 hours. So they were used to harmonize the human body, internal water, and to maintain the molecular cohesion of the buildings. Music was the fuel of their cities. Next dot point, knowledge of giants. So many things to show you. Oh my God. How did they know all this? Because their biology was different. Pineal connection. See, we touched on this last night. It is said their pineal gland was not calcified. Oh, they mustn't have had fluoride in their toothpaste and their water. Huh. They could see the Earth's magnetic currents, the ley lines. Remember, I've mentioned ley lines recently. I think I was talking about Rachel, an South Australian woman, Rachel, her surname escapes me, that has her own playlist on the Imagination podcast channel. Another amazing one that I love. Ley lines. They built their buildings, funny, exactly over the world's energy pressure points to amplify the signal. Height as an antenna. Measuring 4 meters tall, their bodies, so this is the giants, whoa. Shit, what did I just do? Buster's like, I'm busting for a shit. Come here, Bussy. I'll play a video next. Height, measuring 4 meters tall, their own bodies acted as longer wavelength antenna, allowing them to interact naturally with the electromagnetic field, something we, in our reduced version, have lost. The Great Catastrophe. Yes, Buster. The mud flood. All this ended with the mud flood in the mid-19th century, approximately 1840 to 1850. It wasn't just rain. It was a soil liquefaction event or a directed energy weapon attack that melted or buried the ground floors of the buildings. Hang on, Buster's busting. I'll keep talking. Wait. Yes, Buster, come on. Okay, I'm back. I also cleared my throat, as you would have heard. Hi. That energy weapon attack that melted or buried the ground floors of buildings. The reset. With cities already empty, invented... Wait, I'm going to put this over here. What am I doing with my life? So I don't have to look so far away. Oh, that's better. Like that. Amazing. I'm amazing. That's so much better. Hi. The reset. With the cities already empty, and they invented official history, created schools to indoctrinate us, and turned power plants into museums. I have so many photos of this. Parliaments and churches and high schools. The buried truth. The reason you cannot find construction plans for the foundations, also think about the word founded in. So-and-so building, so-and-so country, founded. That's an interesting phrase, isn't it? Could that be that it's coming from the actual fact that these buildings were found? Food for thought, huh? The reason you cannot find construction plans for the foundations of Capitol or the great European cathedrals is simple. They do not exist. Records were burned or in the Vatican. Sidebar, the Vatican has the equivalent of 53 miles worth of documents under lock and key that speak to all of this. So anybody who tells you the Vatican is a passive or unimportant actor in this whole Illuminati cover-up crimes against humanity, literally, are lying. The Vatican is complicit. It's all connected. The buried truth. The reason I said that, we only cleaned the mud off the first floor windows, which are now basements, and put in new stairs. Many believe Nikola Tesla, there he is, invented nothing, but was the last to try to rediscover. I just got shivers. Woo! to rediscover Tartarian technology before being silenced. Okay. Okay, so that, right. That was a good little summary, right? The Vatican is complicit. Absolutely. It's all connected. Complicit and integral, I would say. So we did this one. So while we're talking about, oh no, it gets rid of the highlight. That's rude. Can I? Well, I'm going from the top down anyway. So then, because I'm going from the top, we'll do this. You can't see it yet, but I promise. Wait, why doesn't it say share this tab instead? It's so rude. Now it does. KKK. Budapest. 53 miles. Yes, Hope. 53 miles worth of secret documents about the true history of the world. Wild. So, yeah, the words. Budapest. I'm going to show you the picture and then I'll read it. So there's the picture. This is so can you see this? Yes, you can. It's relatively big. That's what she said. Oh, Hope. Yikes. My brother was groomed by a priest. So see those little blue arrows in the picture there? Oh, wait, on this one, I'll do it. See? Oh, why can't you? Hang on. Now you can see. See those little blue arrows there near the white sky? So this is a relatively modern day photo. But see those little things? And see this? This is a lamp, a street lamp. So I'll come back to the photo in a minute. Nanoresonators. The lantern once worked with ethereal atmospheric electricity. Ether cannot be in a calm state. It is constantly moving, and the energy of its movement can and should be used. In order to obtain this ether energy, always and everywhere available and free, we just need to know which forms of conductors to use. It is precisely this special form that sets ether in oscillating motion and makes the conductor resonate. Such conductors with special shapes are called nanoresonators. See this? Nanoresonators. There. Nanoresonator, what it says, by the way, the vibration conductor can also be made of stone, such as a column with capital ornaments, i.e. not necessarily made of metal. Nanoresonators surrounded by ether, create, there's a comma, needs a comma there, ether, create a high frequency current at any point in space. And in such high frequency field, lamps filled with mercury vapor. Funny how mercury's banned now too, isn't it? No mercury. That's a lie too. The Mad Hatters who all became crazy supposedly because they were making felt hats and using mercury and shit. So they banned it. Nah, man, that's not why they banned it. That's the official narrative. The real story is that, and in such a high frequency field, lamps filled with mercury vapor glow, as well as all metallic parts where a corona, so a crown shape, corona discharge of electricity takes place on arrows, needles, and petals. Now, okay. I'm going in order just so I don't lose my place in this extremely long list. So next, South Dakota, 1910. Your grandfather built this? Right. This is I'm adding my own. Okay. So let me just get rid of a couple of these bad boys just to save things. So South Dakota, 1910. Wait, can I make that bigger? I want to. Again, that's what she said. Here, let me scroll a bit. Wow. Buster, stop. Here we go. South Dakota. One of the reasons the government puts fluoride in your water is so you will believe that your great-great-grandfather built this. Old world building. We repopulated a post-apocalyptic world. So here's the state capital of Dakota. This is in 1910. There's nothing around. Notice the white sky? Sorry, Hope. Welcome to my world. Oh, Pia, you're like a conductor. That's amazing. So that sort of speaks for itself. I've got better examples of. So there's that white sky. Remember I said stick a pin in that? Park it. Remember that. Okay. So here's the next image. And then, just so you know where we're headed with this, the video I've got is the about Tartaria, um, but the angle is how the CIA was complicit in scrubbing all this and covering it up, and filling our heads with bullshit, killing all the people that might have any memories. That's also why insane asylums was so full. I've got stuff on that too. So, Madrid, Spain, 1857. Do you recognize the architecture? Puerta de Al Puerta de Alcala, maybe, supposedly built in 3 years with just hand tools, right? Okay, right. From 1774 to 1778. The same columns, arches, statues, and scale exist all over the world, sharing the same precise ratios. Coincidence? IDK, you let me know. Okay, so that next one in order. Okay, this is my what's it called? My own notes on this is holy fucking shit. So it must be good. Munich, built late 1700s apparently as a private chapel in 6 years. Let's see what this one is. I recall it being magnificent. I ran. It's a video. Cool. Wait, pause. 30-second video. I might put it on mute though because it's got music and I couldn't monetize last night's stream because of some of the verbiage used by my beautiful friend Loops was not something that I want to be assessed by the ad revenue people at YouTube. Love you, Loops. The opinions and verbiage expressed in that stream were not necessarily those of Miss Shorty, her mods, or the Shorty community as a whole. I think Mr. Loops doesn't understand the precarious nature of being a heavily censored channel on YouTube. I love him. Tricky verbiage at times. Okay, now what am I doing? Sharing this tab instead. Can we make it bigger? All of that's what she said references, and it's muted. So, but the image speaks for itself, right? Sorry about. Shall I talk you through it? Should I sing? No, please no. So this was supposedly built in 6 years in Spain. I forget my note now, but look at this. Look at this. It's only a 30-second long video. Right. We might watch it again because holy fucking shit. This is why I wrote holy fucking shit. Clearly. Oh, it is going again. Okay. Munich. No, that was just once. We'll watch it again now. It's a shame I can't slow it down. Sorry about the silence, but again, it's got music, and we're already walking down monetization struggle street at the moment. So 6 years. It was built in 6 years with hand tools. Right. Yep. Seems legit. While that's playing, I'm just going to... Okay, that's it. No, yep, pause. Thanks. So that, you can see where I wrote holy fucking shit. Here, this one says, excuse me? So it must be good. Okay, here we go. Men without degrees built this. Yeah, I call bullshit. This is just the stupid narratives, right? So I don't know where this is. Some of this account, Waken Minds. I mean, we could do a reverse image search, but it's a photo. So men without degrees built this. That's often the tagline that this account does. I don't know whether that's the most. I mean. I would think, I don't know whether degrees are the most important thing. I just call bullshit on it being humans from this day and age, or even 200 years ago. Okay, Omaha, Nebraska. Built. Wait, I scrolled too far. Omaha, Nebraska, built 120 years ago as a high school, or found and commandeered old world remnants. That's my own. That's my own editorializing. So Omaha, Nebraska. Why would anyone believe that a highly advanced civilization preceded us? Because we know that our great grandparents did not build this building 120 years ago as a high school. We know, Pia. um, I have that's so funny. When I asked my husband to build a chicken coop, that's so funny. Okay, now we know that they had nothing to do with building it; they found it. So that's not the best representation. But we've got more photos, don't you worry, of buildings like this just in the middle of fucking nowhere with a whited out sky and a dirt street and some horse and buggies on the street. So that's for a high, so what 120 years ago, this is what they thought the population, or I've got one where the population of, I think it was Detroit, but I will get to it, which at the time was 8,300, and you see this building. So wait, here's another one. My own commentary. Good point. Albany, New York, 1915. Ancient, found, not built by our grandfathers. Let's see what this is. Ah, look at this. Look at this bad boy. Get the fuck out of here. I call bullshit. What do you think? This is what I'm saying with the poll. Like the more and more and more that I consume, find, consider this evidence around the world, the more and more. Wow, Jenny, can you go here? Does this building still? They all, yeah. The more I'm like, this isn't crazy conspiracy. This isn't woohoo stuff. This is like, I'm personally building a library of my own. Um, and whereas at first I was like, interesting, yeah, good point. Now I'm like, holy fucking shit! That's what I said last night. I actually spent a couple of hours the other night crying over these lies. Oh my god, there's so many things. Incredible ancient building. We had nothing to do with it. With building it, we found it. Yeah. So this is for me the loss of history, the destruction of history, because so many of these buildings are torn down. We haven't even got there yet. Okay, this one, Jefferson Market Courthouse, New York City. Supposedly built in 3 years. Picture 1905. Get the fuck, come, please. Look, horse and buggies. All these other inconsequential, and then this. Yes, some do, but the stories. Wait, while I think of it, Jenny says, I'm not sure, I will check it out. I found a video clip. It might be here somewhere. There's a building in Collins Street that I didn't even know, called it's at 333 Collins Street, which don't even start me on the symbolism. Is open to the public, and I saw a video. It's in Melbourne, in the city. A chick went in there. It's absolutely stunning. It just looks like every other fucking skyscraper from the street. I used to live in Collins Street. I used to live at down the very bottom, down near in Docklands. But anyway, so I don't know, man. What do you think? Was built in less than 3 years without power tools and still stands today. New York City is an old world city. Hey, Steph, you're not in New York. What I'm saying, you're not there. Yes, Simi, we'll get there. Definitely. Okay, next one. So, if anybody wants this list of things for their own perusal, I can email you this. It's just one email. I can forward it to you. Little Collins, yes. What's this? It just says breathtaking. So I believe myself. I really did struggle to think of any superlatives that would justify and have enough weight to what these buildings represent to me. Whoa. Oh my God. I just stopped sharing screen. Accidental. Professional. I guess we'll go. Oh, it's this one. Oh, it is breathtaking. Why? Yeah, share. Okay. Silly me. It's a bit dark for you guys. Can I make it edit? No, I don't want to edit. That's just a light coming into a church. That's just me on my Shelley, it's very confronting when I look at the screen. I'm like, whoa. My face is all shiny because I'm youthful and with beautiful moisturized skin, aka greasy. That's not that exciting, but I liked it, so I showed you. Here we go. Here's the video. Next up, 333 Collins Street. Perfection with the lip color matching. Thank you, Shelley. Now, there might be music on this song, but I don't care. Let's see. Wait, pause. Don't play. I'm going to go here. Stop. Don't play. I know you can't see it yet. Stop, lady. Pause. Jeez Louise. I'm a professional, God damn it. Okay. I mean, you know what? To be fair, it doesn't look like a shitty old building, but when I used to only ever walk along, and also sidebar, it was in my drug days, so I guess I probably wasn't paying that much attention to muchly of anything except getting back home quickly. Here we go. Tartarian architecture, 333 Collins Street, Melbourne. Make it bigger. We're going to suck it up and hope that we don't get copyright stricken because her commentary is great.
Collins Street, in the heart of the city, sits one of Melbourne's hidden architectural treasures, 333 Collins Street. Built in 1893 as the head office for Commercial Bank of Australia, this building was designed in a richly detailed Victorian Renaissance style, and it's a stunning example of 19th century civic architecture in Melbourne's financial district.
I'm going to get fucked with this music.
As you could see, the exterior was all grand symmetry, stone carvings and classical lines, but it's what's inside that stops people in their tracks.
Yeah, I call bullshit, Hope. Although Australia, it probably was, but...
Step through the doors and you enter the dome, an incredible interior space with soaring ceilings, columns of stone and marble, and light pouring in from above.
Have to go
It was once a banking chamber, a place where money, power, and commerce all intersected.
Oh, we're going to get struck for this music. God damn it.
Though the bank is long gone, the dome remains, beautifully preserved and free to visit, a quiet jewel tucked between skyscrapers.
This is the peak banking district of Melbourne. All the main major banks there. Yeah.
As you can see, I actually got to visit at Christmas time. And to be honest, I work in the city, so I come and visit and walk through this space as often as I can to see this magnificent dome.
Next time I'm in the city, I'm going to go, which is almost never. Wait, I've been in there. Pause. Okay. Oh, it was not only my drug days. I've been in that entrance. I didn't go any further because I was going for business. It's an apartment block now, so I can't remember what kind of business. Some sort of illicit business. I've absolutely walked into that entryway. I have a feeling it was my money making rather than my money spending. Lol.
So if you're walking through the city and looking for beautiful, inspirational architecture, this is definitely a stop. And it's a short walk from the ANZ building that I've got a video on in one of my previous posts.
So that's a modern replica, I would say, Simi, but we do have examples of other Australian, like, please. Oh, please. This is found. Okay. Music Hall, Cincinnati, Old World Frequency and Resonance Hall. Reader, this was not that long ago. This was like 8 years ago. So share this tab instead. Why you do this to me? I say share this tab instead, and then you say yes. Okay. One could say this structure is a cathedral, a palace, an opera house, a castle, etc. It's all of those things and none of them. In the previous civilization, this was originally a frequency here. I'll scroll up so you can actually see what it is now. It was originally a frequency and resonance hall where you could find an organ, columns, and functional ornamentation, including spires, spheres, and arches. The rose windows are cymatics. Remember, we talked about that? The interaction of solid and liquid forms with frequency. Later renamed Music Hall, the building has been altered over time but continues to function in that capacity in Cincinnati today. They built that? Okay. I like functional organs. I think they're imperative for the human existence, but I don't think that's what they mean. Okay, next up. Stately British manor homes were demolished at a rate of 1 per week in the 1950s. It says, read the thread here. Okay, I'm going to have to go look at some of the other things below. So, absolutely nothing should radicalize the Britain of today more than the scale on which Britain's cultural heritage was destroyed in the 20th century. Oh, you can't see that. Shiza. Jeez Louise, Lisa. Now you can. I'm going to get rid of these extra tabs because confusathon. Consider that in 1955, one stately home, the bedrock of British rural life, was demolished every 5 days. Oh. Look at this. Look at this. So she'd be looking kind of familiar with the other stuff we've looked at, hasn't it? That architecture. This is in Britain. The Old World Show. This is what it has always meant. Look at England in the 50s. And then people getting here and going, it's just it's all politics and shit. Progress of open cast coal mining at Wentworth Woodhouse. So, what's this one? Huh. Wow. And then this, wait, and then there's more in here. Okay, so here's some more. Hamilton Palace from the neck of my woods hurts particularly. So if you want to look up Tartarian buildings, you could get pulled into this forever and ever. It's such a deep rabbit hole. So that now next one, Hotel Manhattan, demolished. Hotel Manhattan, 1896, demolished. No, I'm not muted. Devastating. The French National Library was built in, apparently, 1396. Okay, I wrote. Founded by King Charles V in Paris, France, 1368. I wrote the wrong date. What the actual fuck? Strongly agree. The opulent interior of Palais Garnier in Paris, a masterpiece of the 19th century architecture. Oh, that's an ad. God. Okay. What else we got? Oh boy. I've written, oh boy, an old world building sitting in just a field. Oklahoma in 1899. Let's see this one. Can I click on it? Nope. Okay, so look at that. Can I make that bigger? Yes, I can. Shh. Go away with this. I don't want to. Go away. Go back. Okay. So there we go. So look at this. Look at this little ramshackle shit, and then that building in the background. me go see if there's words to go with it. Des Moines, Iowa. One of my favorite photos. 1940. Two completely different civilizations represented here. We were not here first. We are not the smartest. Wild. I'll get a few more. This list is they found it and built a town around it. Correct. Founded. I've never even thought about the etymology of the word founded, right? Okay. Here we go. Oh, that was the wrong that link that I just clicked was the wrong caption that I put to it. I must have doubled up on the things. So a high school in Oklahoma, there's a lot in Oklahoma, supposedly built in 1910, classes until 1926, raised in 1939. Right. That's what I said. Right. Yep. Totally believable. So Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Check out this high school, allegedly built in 1908 to 1910. So it took 2 years apparently. And they had classes there for 16 years. Raised in 1939, just more nonsense, fake history. This is an ancient building. We repopulated and repurposed this one for a school. We destroyed it in 1939. Wait, sorry, the Blair Witch of it all. Sure. Totally believable. I'll do another couple and then we might watch a vid. Oh, no, there's a few cool. This one's good. Sorry, they're all good. Welcome to my world. Apparently when the trolley... Oh, you can't see that. So apparently when the trolleys came to town, they were pulled by horses. Why would horses be pulling an old trolley that was once part of a track system? If this isn't a perfect example of a post-reset society, I don't know what to tell you. You know what? I feel like this needs to be going on right now. Hang on. Not prepared for it, but I can be. No, this.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
We inherited organs too. Oh no, this one. Wait, I already said this one. Fuck. There's so many good ones. Okay, this is a video.
I ain't gonna lie.
Thanks. This and this.
Yeah, it seems like they all in one spot, but I ain't gonna lie, that's hard right there. That's some old world architecture. I'm right next to the one with the clock tower right here. And this, y'all see, I got different angles of it now. That's another one. That's hard. Old world buildings, man. Before the reset. That might be one too. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. It gotta be. You see, it got that Egyptian hieroglyphs on the front. Yeah, it seems like they all in one spot, but I ain't gonna lie, that's hard right there. That's some old world architecture. I'm right next to the one with the clock tower right here. And this, y'all see, I got different angles of it now. That's another one. That's hard. Old world buildings, man.
I think that one is. Wait.
Before the reset. That might be one too. Shit, I ain't gonna lie. It gotta be. You see, it got that Egyptian hieroglyphs on the front. Yeah,
New York.
It seems like
No, it
they
doesn't
all
say.
in one spot, but I ain't gonna lie, that's hard.
Maybe Chicago.
Right,
I don't know,
that's
man.
some old world architecture. I'm right next to
You all
the
would know
clock
better
tower
than
right
me.
here.
Oh, what did I just do?
And this, y'all see, I got different angles of it now. That's another one. That's hard. Old world buildings, man. Before the reset.
See what I said? This account doesn't always.
It gotta be. You see, it got that Egyptian hieroglyphs on the front.
You can probably pick it by the.
Yeah,
pick it by the accent. I'm not familiar enough. Here we go. Here's an organ one. An organ one. Okay, we inherited old world buildings, train stations, tracks, infrastructure, including canals, bridges, reservoirs, subways, airships, ships, and organs. Okay, Trans Mississippi Expo Complex. So the World Fairs, the World Expeditions, torn down after 5 months. Right. Yes, that's what you do. Omaha, Nebraska, 1898. The Trans Mississippi Exposition, built in just 13 months and torn down almost immediately, being open to the public for only 5 months. Why spare the expense and effort to this level and scale for 5 months? Yep, this is around the world, world fairs and expositions that have this kind of, like, that's what Pierre touched on last night as well. This kind of amazing shit, and then they just pull it down. Or was it already there? And the history books tell us that they tore it down because they can write whatever they want. We don't know, right? And anybody that said otherwise was put into mental institutions, because you're crazy. Anybody who had this knowledge of the old world was either killed or institutionalized, and the history was rewritten. So let me just X out a couple more of these. I really do love all these photos, so we're going to keep going because it's my show. Santa Fe, New Mexico. Yes, obviously, Lisa. No. The original New Mexico territorial Capitol building. Look at this. And look at the white sky. There's that whited out sky as well, right? Records say it was built and completed in the year 1886 and destroyed shortly after in 1896 by a mysterious fire. Another quick build and destruction by fire. Let's look at that. It's just in a field, man. Yes, I'd love to see that picture, Shelley. Thank you. Cityscape, astounding. Well, astounding is a good one. Must be, if I said it is. That's, look at that. Wait. Click. When was this photo? Close. What is there? Wall Street, New York, 1931. We repopulated an old world city and pretended that we built it. Laura, hi, good to see you. Happy Sunday. Okay. A few more. Oh, many more. Many more. Another vid. Holy shit. Okay. Wait. Okay, this one's cool. Zoom in, I said. Looks exactly like a horse and buggy crew moved into an established city. Chalk and cheese. If you're on your phone, feel free to zoom in. Look at this. Get the fuck out of there. Get the fuck out of here. Chalk and cheese. Look at that. They're clear all the mud. Got their little tents. Look at these. I don't think I can zoom in, can I? No, you can see my mouse though. See down here? These are just little lean-tos, not even. It's like what the poor Gazans are living in at the moment, refugee camps. It's sheets on poles and buggies, horse and buggies. And then this. Please. But nobody does this research anymore, right? People don't. Thank goodness for my Twitter algorithm. People are too busy watching their stupid fucking Netflix, too busy going to work, too busy running around, too busy watching stupid fucking sport, all by design, because they don't want, and they don't have the people don't have the curiosity because of the pineal gland being calcified by fluoride in the water in the toothpaste. So people just, you know. Here we go. Ancient Wi-Fi system. Symbolism. Interesting. Yep. Look at that symbol. Hmm. Next. Video of breathtaking soaring columns. Well, I want to go. Wait. Let me see. I want to. Oh, I've got so many. Look, I will share this tab instead. Let me know. We're up to here. This one, the top of the list. I might have to cull. I might have to save some for the next one, but then I'll only continue to add more to the list. Philly, Old World City. Let's do this one. (1932). Okay, so if we're considering that we've been lied to about giants, there were giants, Gilgamesh. And giant trees. And if they constantly tell us that no, that's just a rock formation. No, that's just geographical, topographical. This isn't the best representation. There's some really good ones. Wait, click. There's much better, much more obvious with the rings in the middle and stuff. But yeah. Let me see. Here we go. This is a good one for you. Shelley just sent me the organ picture. I'll pop that up in a second too. Okay. Did you know that the Grand Canyon has no-go zones? It's weird, isn't it? Why would that be? People do go there though. Look at this. I've been to Egypt. I've also been to the Grand Canyon, but I was only about 3 when I went to the Grand Canyon. Wait, why is it playing? Look at that. It looks sort of the same, doesn't it? No, natural rock formations. Trust me, bro. So weird. So suspicious. I'm just going to scroll through because I want to get into this video. Enough with me talking. Here we go. Insane asylum. What did I say? I said insane asylum. What did I write? My insane asylum? Who exactly? So many rooms. Did they need to house here? East Tennessee, 1883, Knoxville. It's a bit pixelated. That's a big old insane asylum. A lot of people going fucking crazy back in their olden days, wasn't there? Wow. Laura. Washbar says cool though, which means the Washbar is saying. I didn't see your former comment, previous comment. It's very cool. I'm just looking here. Energy Spire, Berlin, 1920. Let me get into this video. That's not what that is. Lisa? Incorrect link for notes. But still cool. My poor brain. Here we go. Series of pictures from world fairs and expos. And there's a video. Wait, okay, there's so many. Oh my God, there's so many things. Oh, look, I think we're at the end of the list. No, that's a lie. Hang on, what did I say? No, I've lost my place in the scroll. Hang on. This one's sad. Happy Saturday, Sunday. Okay. Pause. Oh, mute. Definite mute. Hey, it's on the right thing. How did that happen? Did I already press it? I didn't remember. Okay, so there's subtitles and it speaks for themselves. It speaks for itself. But this is the tearing down of Tartaria. Just gonna let me get rid of a few of these tabs. Getting rid of all of the history. They either tear them down or they bomb them, or they a direct energy weapon fire. Mysterious fire. World wars. Dresden comes to mind. Oh, the horror of Dresden. They're doing it in the Levant at the moment. Devastating. I don't know where we're up to. How long is that? Let me stick a bit more. Why won't you go away? There we go. Imagine. Why? Notre Dame comes to mind. These are the things that wake me up at 1 o'clock in the morning now. Let's see. Couple more. Here's Dresden. Not Dresden on fire, I don't think. It's Dresden before. Here we go, giants. And we're at the end. I've got a few more things to show you. Okay. Are we ready to go down this rabbit hole? I have a feeling I commented. You can't see that. Did I comment? I did, but it's there. Okay. So this. Wait, I'll do it like this. Maybe it'll go with the arrows. Yes. So Ivan Markov, height 2 meters 37. Sonia. Oh, she could reach things. 2 meters. What's that? You don't know. You guys don't know meters. Steph, do the conversions for us. 2 meters is like 2.5 yards, I think. Hope is ready. Look at this lovely lady. The German beauty, the most perfect giantess on earth. 7 feet 2 inches. Yours truly, Percy and Tiny. So maybe Tiny was exceptionally short. I presume that they put the tallest people they could find, the giants, next to the shortest people they could find to make it more obvious, more noteworthy. Let me see. Look at this. .5 feet. That's not that tall. Okay, they put them next to super short people, but there's a lot of there we go. I already showed you those ones. Dumb. Wait. I showed you those ones. Oh.
60s, a group of archaeologists unearthed something they were never meant to find. Deep beneath the earth, they uncovered giant bones and fragments of armor far too large for any man. Within days, the site was sealed. The photos vanished. The reports erased. Witnesses silenced. Some say the remains belong to the Nephilim, a forgotten race of giants mentioned in the book of Genesis, wiped from history by those who fear what their existence would prove. If that's true, it means the old stories weren't stories at all. They were records. And somewhere beneath our feet, the giants are just sleeping.
Now, I'm not sure if that's a legitimate video, but Hillary Clinton in the Epstein files, there's documents of Hillary Clinton requesting access to the under lock and key Gilgamesh stuff. It's in the Smithsonian. Giants, yes, Nephilim, they're real. It's all real. Like, it's all real. All real. And honestly, here's one. I don't think I've got a picture for this, but here's an idea. You know, Tyrannosaurus Rex. We all know Tyrannosaurus Rex. T-Rex. What if those little arms of a T-Rex were actually, if you rotate where the bones sit, were actually the beginning of wings for a giant? And in like ostriches and let me see if I'll find it because it's pretty cool. The beginning is hard, like bone, proper bone of wing, of all wings, and then the rest is soft cartilage. So what if a T-Rex is actually a giant, a dragon? Yes, correct. I'm going with that because T-Rexes are stupidly designed with those stupid little arms. Let me see whether I can pull up this, and you can see a pretty cool evolution, pictorially evolution of T-Rex to chicken. Terrible typos. How Simi, how funny was last night when I was trying to type a response to you and everything I typed with it was entering, it was typos, it was half little words. God damn. Okay, let me see, share this tab instead, go back to this. It was so funny. I'm like, fuck. And I was like, wow. What are we doing? This. Am I in a ball now? That's okay. Images. Yeah, I did mean that. Thanks, Google. Here we go. I'm in the way. Can we visit this? How chickens are related to dinosaurs? Well, I mean, a chicken isn't like, oh my God, what's this? You can't see that. Wait, share this tab instead. Huh. Food for thought. Because dragons are in mythology, aren't they? And dinosaurs are bullshit. I don't even believe in dinosaurs anymore. I'm sorry. I'm so close to, like, I can't speak these words out loud to anybody in my real world. Because sounds fucking crazy. But I'm not saying these random things on just a whim. I'm basing my assessments and my open to taking in new information and changing my stance, my core beliefs on fucking everything. Oh my God. I don't want an ad. No, thank you. If I get new information, and I'm getting new information every day. Now, let me just make sure there's nothing else on this list that I really want to show you. Oh yeah, there is a couple more. Okay, this is important. Hang on. Wait, what? Click. Do this and do this. Oh my goodness, my mouse. Well, this is a very good point, Steph. And I'm completely unmedicated. I don't need medication. Red wine. Okay, so photo one. Marked Gurch. Simi can probably tell me if that's correct pronunciation. Also known as Markt Church. Well, that makes sense. In Wiesbaden, Germany, 1880. Ethereal energy visible in the photo. And that's, yes. Keep reading, Lisa. Similar so-called columns of light can be seen in some photos of old stone structures, as well as effects of plasma ionization in photos 2 and 3, which I'll show in a minute, which are associated with the aurora borealis. Thanks, Simi. I love you. Hi, Real Happy. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. We're so far down the rabbit hole at the moment. It's not even funny. We've just discussed whether chickens might actually be the descendants of dragons, aka T-Rex. Pillars of light in nature are a fairly rare phenomenon. They are associated with high frequencies and consist of streams of descending radiation flowing from top to bottom like rain. They display the primary colors of the rainbow unmixed. Now, let me give you a little pointer. I've tried it, it works. If you want to see the aura of, hang on, let me just tell you this and I'll come back to this. If you want to see somebody's aura, and I don't know if it'll work with green screen, but you can try, or you can see the aura of trees. Here's what you do. I'm going to take my glasses off and I'm going to look a bit special, but anyway. So if you, well, bold of me to assume I could see with focus without my glasses on. So if you look at something and let your eyes, like get your eyes to go cross-eyed and sort of unfocused, and then soften it up a bit, you suddenly see the aura of things. And it works definitely with trees. Everybody I work with, and they're the only other humans I interact with in real life, are wearing hard hats. But that's how you can see the aura of people. So you can see someone's aura, and the more practiced you become at it, it's pretty easy. So you get your normal focus. I'll do it this way because the lights are blinding me. Normal focus, and you kind of like you squint and get it all blinded, and then you relax your squint, your cross eye, and you leave it with like a gentle blur, and you can see people's auras. And the more practiced you become at it, the you'll be able to see someone's aura, their color. The more tired someone is, the less thank you, Simi. Thank you, Pia. The more tired a person is, like the person you're looking at, the less strong or visible their aura will be. But a strong, like a well-rested, healthy person, you'll be able to see, and you'll be able to see their color. The color. To start, it helps if you have a white background. Well, look, I'm shining like the beacon of joy and light that I am, because greasy. Okay, now where were we? Back. The less light they emit. Look at all you. So I'm preaching to the converted here. It's so simple. Now, where were we? Let's look at this. So here's that same aura. See, you can see they've got the arrow there. Sorry, I buffered. Hope said, "Oh, my Lanta, my conversations with my shrink about me being an old willow tree have been seen." So this, and then here's that in nature, the same energy. I want to make this a couple more. There's a couple more. Here we go. Sydney University. Simi, you asked me about Australia. I have got more in this list. Is so ridiculously long. That's what she said. Oh wait, it's not wanting to show me it now. Let me see. This guy Andy, that's this account that we're looking at now, followed me before I even followed him. I just think because I'm spamming his account with everything that he pulls up on. He was the one that wrote that amazing description of Tartaria that I read in the beginning. I wonder if he might want to come and have a chat with us. That'd be pretty cool. I'm sure he could talk about this much more eloquently than I can. I'll DM him. So I followed him back, obviously. So such broadcasting facilities on the roof have still been preserved in some places. Oh, wait, what's the original post? Wait, what's it? What did I just do? Nope. Walk and talk chat. I did dumb things. Okay. Such broadcast, it feels like it's it's the reply to something, but anyway, it doesn't seem to be IDK. Such broadcasting facilities on the roof have still been preserved in some places. McLaurin Hall of the University of Sydney, Australia. The broadcasting facility on the roof of the McLaurin Hall at the University of Sydney is a historical and architecturally interesting relic of early broadcasting technology. It shows how technical facilities were integrated into the design of buildings in the past and is now a rarely preserved example of this type of construction. Here is detailed information about the broadcasting facilities on the roof of Maclaurin Hall at the University of Sydney, Australia, based on provided images and historical context. Oh, there's a Wikipedia link, but here we go. Look. That. There's the OG photo. Okay. Let's look at the Wikipedia link because I want to know when they reckon it was built. What do you think, chat? Share this tab instead. The University of Sydney Quadrangle. The University of Sydney Quadrangle, it is beautiful, I've been there, is a prominent quadrangle formed through the construction of several Sydney sandstone buildings located within the University of Sydney Camperdown campus, adjacent to Parramatta Road in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. The quadrangle is also called the University of Sydney Main Quadrangle. Associated, blah, blah, blah. Okay, built between 1854 and 1966. Victorian academic Gothic revival architectural style. I don't know how provable that is. I have questions. I'm sorry, I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything anymore. Wikipedia's bullshit, but this is blah. Designed and developed by numerous contributors, including Edmund Blackett, James Barnett, and Leslie Wilkinson. The original building included the Great Hall and was constructed between 1855 and 1862. 7 years. Construction of the quadrangle began in 1854. It had 4 sides by 1926, and it was completed in 1966 after several stages of development. Yada, 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 something. Robert Strawn Wallace, the university's vice-chancellor. My dad was the vice-chancellor of the University of Newcastle for about 10 years. Sidebar. Mr. Important. 1928 to 1947. Upon taking up his position, he found the quadrangle to be overgrown and the grounds beyond in much worse repair. Founded. Are there photos of its construction? Brit, interesting question. We'll see. I have suspicions that probably no. He embarked on a restoration program for which he became known as the building vice-chancellor. I call bullshit. I don't believe a word of anything they say. It's based on those, design is based on those of Oxford and Cambridge. I wonder, are they also old world? It says here, the quadrangle itself is built in an anachronistic style, which was already outdated by the time it was built. This is deaf. The female orphan school, built in 1813, is the oldest building at the Australian University. Shall we look at that? Because that's piquing my interest. Come to me. Come to me. No, that's boring. But that looks more modern, right? Doesn't that look more modern? Don't you think that looks more modern? No, I want to see this. Show me this, dipshit. The page is a redirect. Okay. That's weird. That's suspicious. It was formerly known as the Female Orphan School and Protestant Orphan School. It is now the Parramatta South Campus of the Western Sydney University. It was added to the New South Wales State Heritage Register at the end of 1999. Right. Baby factory. When the Rose Hill settlement, Parramatta, was formed, Surgeon Thomas Arndell became its resident medical officer. For this service, he was granted 60 acres on 16th of July, 1792. Wow. The property was known as Arthur's Hill. Taking out my earbud, my earballs feel weird. The grant was later encompassed by the orphan school allotment. Arundel established a hut, apparently, and set about cultivating the land. The combination of poor land and natural disaster, bushfires, may have led to Arundel to centre his interests on his Hawkesbury properties at Cattai Creek. As compensation, a site at Balcombe Hills, that's where my father grew up in Sydney, was given to Arundel so that it is likely that the Arthur's Hill site was resumed by the Crown rather than sold. By 1800, it appears that the site had already been selected as the future location of a new orphan institute. Again, in 1810, the site was selected for orphanage use. Orphanages feel a lot like mental institutions, asylums, don't they? The first plans for the Parramatta Girls Orphanage were almost certainly prepared by French settler Francis Barillier. He spent 3 years in the colony from 1800 to 1803 as explorer, cartographer, maps, love, ensign, artillery officer, and engineer, aide de camp to Governor King, architect, and ship designer. In 1810, tenders for building were called for the female orphan school. Oh, look at this. Can you see that? Yes, you can. Well, that's a lot more simple than the Sydney University quadrangle, isn't it? Wow, these rabbit holes. It's hard to climb out, isn't it? Can you see why I'm a little bit fixated? Cracked open the door. Pia very kindly cracked open the door for me. And I haven't found my way back out again. In fact, I don't want to. There will be a vocab quiz. Let me just check because there's literally a couple more things. So Energy Spies, New York Skyline. Where did I think? Sound. Okay, so I've written here side quest. 440 hertz. 440 hertz versus 432 hertz. A visual representation. Okay. So remember we talked about harmony last night and the discordant nature of 440 hertz. We can totally 440 hertz. 432 hertz is the frequency of natural harmony. So with the right frequency, you can treat any illness. What does this tell you? That we are electric beings. Be in tune with God. God doesn't necessarily have to mean he, the patriarch of organized religion. It can be God, the universe, a higher power, and frankly, I'm down for creationism, not in terms of Genesis, because not 7 days. Why the fuck would God make woman out of a rib from a man? I call bullshit. But look at this. So this is what 440 hertz does to sand versus what 432 hertz does to sand. What's this? This is a bunch. Hey, if you want to screenshot this and zoom in, these are all the different harmonies. I don't think I can zoom. Don't burn the pancakes, priorities. I knew you would remember. So those are all the different patterns that all the different harmony hertz frequencies. It's very small. That's what she said. But if you wanted to screenshot that and zoom in, you could. But you can see them at the most beautiful, different frequencies create different patterns. I'm very, very, very angry that they stole all this beauty from the world and stole our history and stole our ability to know and understand these things. Let me see. I've got one more. Okay, here's a different one. Bigger. This one's bigger. Again, that's what she said. Wow. Wow. So many. That's what she said tonight. I feel like we're in our element with this, aren't we? So, Hans Jenny, Kymatic. Hans Jenny, a Swiss scientist, filmed the effects of sound waves on various substances, sand, water, clay, scattered on the surface of a steel plate. Under the influence of oscillations, why is it all the way over there again? I moved it rando. That's better. Filmed the effects of sound waves on various substances. Under the influence of oscillations of different frequencies, they took an ordered pattern. The complexity of the pattern depended on the frequency of the wave. The higher the frequency, the more complex the pattern created by the sound waves. Hans Jenny, excuse me, I'm going to burp, pardon me, continued the work of the German scientist Ernst Chladni, 1756 to 1827. The scientist conducted experiments on the effect of sound waves on water droplets and repeatedly came to the same conclusion, that the same laws of harmonic organization are applied to inorganic and organic matter. Let's have a look at these. So beautiful. There we go. That's a bit better photo than the tiny little one I showed you before. Do we love it? Our harmonies are they're almost always harmonized. Okay. So let me just check my list. Checks list. And may as well be many lists because I don't want to miss anything that really, really we want to see. I think you get the picture though, right? Oh, here we go. I saved these all for a reason. I did with like restrain myself from saving everything. You have no idea what my Twitter algorithm looks like. It's beautiful. It's so left is the printed circuit board. So we're talking about ancient technologies and ancient old world. Remember that remember what I read? The very first, like this wasn't a developed technology or a developed style of architecture or way in which buildings were constructed. Remember, they didn't take years and years and years and years. They took months, if not a couple of years, and they just went from this to this. Hey, Opal. Good to see you. The healing properties of frequencies is fascinating. So much to learn. Good to see you. Yes. So here's this photo. On the left is a printed circuit board. On the right is the floor of an old church in France. Electrical energy was omnipresent before the reset. History is a hoax. Strongly agree. So same. And there's lots of depictions of this around. Yes, Gypsy, definitely catch the start of it because we've gone through almost 2 hours worth of me showing you my list like it's show and tell. So I think what we'll do is we'll go to the video. We might play it. Let's do it's for 2 hours. Let's do a song. Don't forget to vote in the quiz. The poll, I mean. Let me just take this away for now. Oh, goodness. And I'm not going to ask for your input of song choice. I'm going to use my executive authority to choose one on your behalf. I'm positive that you will not be disappointed. I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'll see you in a minute. Mwah!
Good people shine the brightest in the darkest times. And wishes are like beauty, they are vain things. Expect nothing at all, girl, but never lose hope. Walk a fine, fine line, give me just enough rope. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time, time, time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. Quitting ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Time is but a shadow in the construct of your mind. A lie unchecked becomes the truth, you know, time after time. Ephemeral and fleeting, fortunes always meet and run in circles. Water level things, gonna be just fine. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time, time, time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. But it ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Time is but a shadow in the construct of your mind. A lie unchecked becomes the truth, you know, time after time. Ephemeral and fleeting, fortunes always meeting, run in circles, water level things, gonna be just fine. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time, time, time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. Quitting ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Whoa, now slow down, what you gonna do? Lamplight and lifelines, the lighting circles you. Opportunity, community, living, breathing entity, creation, foundation, building your eternity. Shine, shine, it's gonna be fine. Time, time, time is all mine. Fine lines, hard times make you who you are. But it ain't no option, girl, already come this far. Shine, time, fine, mine. Walk that line until the end of time. 'Cause good people shine brightest in the darkest times.
We're back. I hung out a sheet, laundry day. Yes, 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 yes. Hi. I missed 34 messages in the chat. I didn't put all your fun stuff up. Oh, sorry, guys. I just had to do some stuff. You know me, Opal. I'm big on tasking and listening while I do things. So you pop into chat whenever you feel like you want to and just keep on listening. Okay. Now, wait, two more things. Shelley sent me, I'll just have to get Discord up. Let me just get this picture of the organ. what functional organ? Functional organ from your parents' hometown, did you say? Let me just get that. Where did you put it? Wait, that's what she said. Where did you put it, Poke? AD, hi. Hi over there on Rumble. Thank you so much. Yes, we're just doing a bit of rabbit holing over here. Thanks for joining. Mod chat, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Let me see. I saw the notification come up on my phone. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but frankly, neither I can't really either. Okay, so I'm going to make that bigger again. That's what she said. Where is? You know, I'm so dysfunctional. Where's the? There it is. Booyakasha. Can you see that? No, because I removed it. Hang on. So, Shelley. Oh, and I love the stained glass too. So you said that there only one place in Germany can do any repairs if repairs are needed. Is that what you said? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. What am I doing? I mean, that's really big. I had to drop it. That's what she said into the chat with that one. Goodness me. Wait. Oh wow, I'm so no good with the zooming and stuff. Why? I never go on Discord on my computer. That's amazing. Thank you for sharing, Shelley. And while I think of it, let me just find that where I'll have a look and see where that what I dropped in to into the one of the drawers. I don't know where I put it because I'm like, is this why close? Okay, I got it. Maybe I put it in. Nope. Maybe I put it in health is wealth. I think I might have. Yes. Here we go. Come back, put that on the screen. What is this, a video? Apparently. No? Is it? Oh, I got to go to it. Anyway, it's in Health is Wealth if you want to see what the hertz are. Now I've made it silly. Okay, so 174 hertz removes pain. What's that? Oh, it's playing the hertz. Okay, I got you. What the fuck is that noise? Holy shit. Okay, so 174 hertz removes pain. 285 hertz influences energy field. 396 liberates you of fear and guilt. 417 facilitates change. 432 the miracle tone of nature. 528 repairs DNA. 639 heals relationships. 741 awaken intuition. I want to not have that on the screen. Here we go. Look, maximize. Booyakasha. We'll play it again though, because that shocked. I didn't know what that was. 852 attract soul tribe. Maybe our songs are. Maybe Shine is in 852 hertz. Who knows? 963 hertz connect with light and spirit. Let's play that again. Whatever that terrified me. Beautiful. I love it. So let me take that away. Put me back here. Now. It was very startling. Yes, I just didn't I didn't know because there was nothing happening on the screen and it didn't come in straight away. And suddenly it was on my speaker over here. It was all manner of random in my brain, but welcome to my world. Now, let me go back to my little doodad here and go right back to the top of my list. Again, if you would like that list of all the things and more, trust me, and more that we've so far looked at in just piecemeal format, I can email it to you. So shoot me an email. Also, I don't think the contact us form works at the website anymore, just sidebar, because I frankly couldn't afford to continue with that aspect of the website. Like it's a whole thing. So anyway, my email is itsmissshorty@gmail.com, all one word. Which one draws you to single women? Opal says, I use the 128 for healing for me and the fur kids. I love that. Now, I haven't watched this video because I don't have enough hours in the freaking day. And pause. Thanks. Let's just pause. But I know that it's going to be good. I hope it's going to be good. Let me go with share this tab instead and do this. Fabulous. So Tartaria explained, a deep dive that covers CIA Russia conspiracy of classified CIA documents that proved Tartaria was a real place which had its history falsified and concealed. Do we love it? I'm sure it's going to be great. And if we get copyright stricken for it, I'll cop it. I don't know. IDK. What's the worst that can happen? Nothing. The video will remain on Rumble, and if it's taken off YouTube, I don't know. I don't think it will. I'll cope. If it means I can't monetize the stream, I also don't mind. Also, lol. Just a little update on the Rumble. I am already monetized. It's a totally different system there. There are memberships, and I think you can do super chatty type things. Anyway, that's not the point. I checked and saw to look at what my revenue is so far. I've had probably 500 views in total on the content that since we've been streaming to Rumble. 23 cents. That's my revenue. So I'm in it for the fucking money, chat. I don't think I've even put anything into get a payout, but I'll probably be right for about another 40 years before it's worth doing anything. Okay. So, I'll move this over a little bit for me. No, not that. Not like that. Walk and talk. I'll change the format so it's bigger. We'll do this one. This one. Yes. Okay. Let's see. I hope this is good. History mystery, huh? Yes. AD, yes. Oh, honestly, I've cried many tears of grief and sadness for all the beauty that's been lost from the world, but eliminated by these disgusting ghouls. 2 more for a quarter. Exactly. Yo. Play. Let's do it. Play.
1900s. Deep within the archives of the American Central Intelligence Agency, known worldwide as the CIA, lay hidden a classified document which mentions a country whose name has become but a myth. The mere mention of Tartaria invites a kaleidoscope of perspectives. Some theorists suggest a civilization harnessing free energy, a secret guarded by the hands of power. A realm where ancient Tartarians harness boundless energy, concealed from the world for generations. Yet skepticism still echoes. Free energy from a lost civilization, a fantastical conspiracy, or a concealed truth? For some, Tartaria remains elusive, a phantom civilization absent from historical records. But what if Tartaria transcends myth? Some propose it as the medieval name for the Mongol Empire, a reinterpretation that adds a new layer to our understanding of a bygone era, challenging the annals of history and accepted academia. However, one thing can be certain. Tartaria was clearly mentioned in this CIA document. This document, titled National Cultural Development Under Communism, was first published in June of 1957 and was immediately classified. It was approved for release on the 24th of August, 1999. It starts with a proclamation issued on the 7th of December 1917 by the Bolsheviks. It reads, Muslims of Russia, Tatars of the Volga and the Crimea, Kyrgyz and Sarts of Siberia and Turkestan, Turks and Tatars of...
Simi, I think we'll get to it, but the mud flood, which who knows, was that a man-made or a Mother Nature cataclysm? And then after the during the Bolshevik revolution, there was a concerted effort made by the Bolshevik Jews to eliminate the last of the Tartarians. They were murdered, slain, and then they put everybody else that remembered into mental asylums. Yeah, so I think it was a combination of things, but I do think the mud flood and something wasn't global, but it was all around the world. Yeah, it was all around the world. Yes, cataclysms. That's global. But I mean, why did the giants die out? You know, man does some awful things. Animal species have been turned extinct from hunting and stuff, right? What's to say that the giants, the Nephilim, and things like dragons and the Tartarians, the ancient civilization people. What about remember all the orphan trains? Remember those orphan trains that we talked about last time? That why were there orphans? Where were their parents? Were they stolen children or were they actual orphans en masse? So I haven't watched this. Maybe we'll get some answers. Let's see.
Transcaucasia,
Loud.
Chechens and mountain peoples of the Caucasus, and all you whose mosques and prayer houses have been destroyed, whose beliefs and customs have been trampled upon by the Tsars and the oppressors of Russia. Henceforth, your beliefs and customs, your national and cultural institutions are forever free and inviolate. Organize your national life in complete freedom. This is your right. The Bolsheviks had realized that if their revolution was to be a complete success, and if they were to be able to consolidate their newly won power, the support of Russia's minority peoples, including the Muslims, was essential. As well as this, Lenin and Stalin promised equality and sovereignty of all nations of Russia, the right of nations to free self-determination, including the right to secede and form independent states, abolition of all national and national religious privileges and restrictions whatsoever, and freedom of development for the national minorities and ethnographic groups inhabiting the territory of Russia. Unfortunately, for the many peoples of Russia, they had no idea just how little the Bolshevik promises actually meant. This document further alludes to the many ways in which the
So if Tartaria is Russia and surrounds, and if the Bolshevik Revolution killed 60 million people in that area, guys, 60 million, 60 million, then it stands to reason that a lot of those 60 million people were the last of the Tartarians, right? And why were the Bolsheviks wanting to? They were predominantly Jews, Russian Jews. Why they? And if we circle back to our conversation from last night, and my and the engineered decimation and the inflicted degeneracy onto Western culture, air quotes, Western civilization, to make everything ugly, to make everything to lose the to eliminate the cultural identity of different ethnicities and regions and countries and races. It's all part of the Kalergi plan. So this is all linked. And if there happened to have been prior to that, so 18, what was it that they said the Great Mud Flood was thought to have happened? 18 something, 50, in the middle of the 1800s. And then this was in the 1920s at the end of the World War I. And that's when all the insane asylums, that's when all the buildings started to be torn down or repurposed, blocked over. It's all connected, right? But if we think about the global Jewish supremacy / Greater Israel Project, if we put it into the framework of one government, Illuminati, the secret society bloodlines, the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Cohens, the Lees, sorry, my brain buffered. I was reading Pierre's good comment.
Communists then suppressed the Muslims and other minorities and minority religious groups within Russia. The history of the communists during the 40 years they have been in power in the Soviet Union shows that self-determination.
So communism is basically a Judaic construct. All the isms are labels and ideas implemented to categorize and separate things. But communism is a Jewish construct.
Nation has not been the only subject on which they've betrayed both their promises and their alleged doctrine. In the Muslim regions of Russia, Islam was the hearthstone around which the life of its devotees revolved, or rather, did revolve, until the communists violated their promises and made it impossible for Muslims to perform their religious duties. As we've seen, the November 1917 proclamation promised Muslims that they would be free to continue in practice of their faith. A decree on the separation of church from state issued on the 5th of February 1918 declared in Article 3 that every citizen may profess any religion or none. In Article 5 that free practice of religious rights is guaranteed, and in Article 9 that citizens may teach and study religion privately. Once the communists had consolidated their power, they began to reveal their true nature, to violate their earlier promises, and to take repressive acts. Lands belonging to mosques were confiscated by a decree in 1918. Muslim religious brotherhoods were outlawed during the period 1921 to
Pause. So the one frustrating thing with watching something on the Twitters is that you can't skip back by 10 seconds. But if you wanted to go on your own screen and tap back by 10 or 15 and have a look at that building there, I didn't get to the pause in time. Very Tartarian.
1922. And a campaign was launched to ridicule Islam and to undermine the influence of the spiritual leaders of the Muslim people.
The Clergy Plan.
In 1929, measures were enacted that made the active religious life of Islamic worshippers virtually impossible. Islamic leadership was eliminated by the arrest and deportation, if not liquidation, of almost all persons enjoying any religious status. Nearly all village and most city mosques were closed. Religious literature was suppressed through the changing of alphabets, the confiscation of existing religious texts, including the Quran, and the suppression of all publications of a religious nature, and anyone in a responsible position was dismissed if known to be a pious and practicing Muslim. Muslims were to be free to practice their beliefs and customs. That was the Bolshevik
So the demonization and the of Muslims, of Islam, has been happening for 100 years plus. It's reprehensible and it's all by design. Every Muslim I know is the most beautiful, kind, soft, gentle, considered, well-read person. Lady, hi. And don't let the Jewish-run mainstream media and the fools that fall for the propagandic slop and continue to the narrative pushed on us. Vixie, hello. We've just started watching the documentary. We're about 5 minutes in, so buckle up. But you should go back and watch the first half on replay because cool stuff. So I'm so deeply offended by the narrative and the Islamophobia that 100 years later is still gaining momentum. I'm horrified driving around Australia now, not around Australia, around Melbourne, seeing the patriotism stickers and people driving around with Australian flags on the back of it. Like, I'm not horrified by that, but I know what the inference is. The inference is a white supremacist, xenophobic. That isn't what Australia's all about. It just isn't. So anyway, we'll keep going. Thanks everyone for being here.
promise. In 1917, when the communists came to power, there were 7,000 mosques in European Russia alone, in addition to the unnumbered thousands in Muslim Central Asia, the Caucasus, and Transcaucasia, as well as the Crimea. But in 1942, the communists themselves admitted that there were then only 1,312 mosques in the whole of the Soviet Union. The others had been confiscated and converted into warehouses or stores or otherwise desecrated or allowed to fall into ruin. In Tashkent, for example, where once 300 mosques graced the city before the communists came to power, there were only 20 left. Samarkand, which formerly had over 100 and was the seat of Tamerlane's Tartarian Empire, had only 17 left, of which only one was permitted to be used. Bukhara, an independent Tartarian city which once boasted of 360 mosques, was also reduced to just one. Alma-Ata, a Muslim town for centuries and the capital of the Muslim Republic of Kazakhstan, had not left one single mosque, nor any to be found in large Muslim centers such as Krasnovodsk, Ashgabat, or Stalinabad. The fact was that the communists condemned and therefore prevented the publication of all Muslim literary works except those few which extol the virtues of Russia and the Russians. The document then goes on to mention Tartaria. Or, let us take the matter of history, which along with religion, language and literature constitute the core of a people's cultural heritage. Here again, the communists have interfered in a shameless manner. For example, on the 9th of August 1944, the Central Committee of the Communist Party, sitting in Moscow, issued a directive ordering the party's Tartar Provincial Committee to proceed to a scientific revision of the history of Tartaria, to liquidate serious shortcomings and mistakes of a nationalistic character committed by individual writers and historians in dealing with Tartar history.
So a cover-up, a CIA sanctioned cover-up.
In other words, Tartar history was to be rewritten, let us be frank, was to be falsified, in order to eliminate references to great Russian aggressions and to hide the facts of the real course of Tartar-Russian relations. And this was no isolated case. In every Muslim area within the USSR, historians, on orders of the Communist Party, have rewritten history to distort the facts so that the Russians appear always in a good light. Needless to say, histories which present the facts truthfully have been withdrawn and destroyed, so that the present and future generations of Muslims are forever denied the chance of learning the true facts of their nation's past.
Disgusting. I'm appalled. I'm horrified and I'm devastated.
So in this document, the writer, discussing historical events, has expressed concern about the interference of communists, particularly the Communist Party in the USSR, in shaping the narrative of history. The writer cites a specific instance in 1944 when the Communist Party directed a revision of Tartarian history to eliminate references to Russian aggression, suggesting a deliberate falsification of historical facts. The writer contends that this manipulation of history extends beyond Tartaria to all Muslim areas within the USSR, with the intent to portray Russians favorably. Additionally, the writer notes that truthful historical accounts have been withdrawn and destroyed, preventing present and future generations of Muslims and Tartars alike from learning the genuine facts about their nation's past. It is also extremely important to note how vital such a document like this is to be naming Tartaria as a country in the 1950s. The speaker highlights a pattern of interference by the Communist Party and the Russians in shaping the historical narrative, particularly in Muslim and Tatar areas within the USSR.
I just want to stress that Putin's Russia these days is not this. Like, of all the world leaders, I'm going to go with Putin. I'd love to live in Russia. This is a totally different world. Just like, obviously, fuck.
The directive to revise Tartarian history and eliminate references to Russian aggression suggests a deliberate effort to manipulate historical facts.
Well, Gypsy, the Bolshevik revolution, the slaughter of 60 million Christians and Muslims, so in this area, 60 million was the peak of it. Was it began in 1917, 1920, and the peak of it happened in that the bulk in the gulags, but 60 million. It was still going on after World War II, but I think it wrapped up by about 1950. So they got everybody by then, right? 60 million. 60 million. Think about it. 60 million. That's more than 3 times the population of Australia. Definitely have a gummy. Cheers. Cheers. You want to be able to sleep tonight, hope.
Broader assertion is that this trend extends beyond Tartaria, with historians rewriting history to portray Russians in a positive manner. This document emphasizes the removal and destruction of truthful historical accounts, denying present and future generations the opportunity to learn the genuine facts about our world's history. As we reflect on these concerns, it raises questions about the impact of such historical manipulation on cultural heritage and the understanding of complex relationships between different communities. The deliberate alteration of historical narrative poses challenges to the pursuit of truth and the preservation of diverse cultural identities.
I'm just going to pause again and say, just think about what's happening now in Iran and Lebanon with the state of Israel, which is the Jewish state of so-called Israel, occupied Palestine, and the USA together, although the USA is acting at the behest of so-called Israel. I don't think they would have done what they're doing without that encouragement. Netanyahu's been wanting to overthrow, invade, and destroy Iran for 40 years. But while Iran is targeting military bases and infrastructure, and they've just given a warning for in Jordan and I think Syria, but they're warning to for people like Google, a bunch of big corps, I can't remember now, but that have their operations in those Middle Eastern companies, East Asia, to vacate because they're going to start bombing them, but they're not going for civilian stuff. Guys, Buster, come back in. Whereas the good guys, America and so-called Israel, are targeting the beautiful, the timeless wonders of Iran and schools. They're targeting civilian things and historical sites. So if you put that context in with this, the Bolshevik Jews, yes, Russian, but most of so-called Israel, they're Ashkenazi Jews, which are Eastern European Jews, right? They're not Semites. They're all settlers. So if this 100 years ago was destroying the Muslim, Iran, Muslim and Christian culture and historical references 100 years ago, and they've done it forever and ever and ever since, right? And prior. And if now, hi, Bussy, you're warm. Is it warm outside? And now the same group of peoples, the same tribe, Eastern European, Ashkenazis, the Khazars, coming back in for yet another bite of the apple to destroy the peoples, their culture, and their history. This is all connected, right? That's what I mean. This has been going for millennia, but particularly for the last 100 or so years. Love you too, Loops. Good to see you. I will tell Tim you love him. Sidebar about Tim, sweet little boy. It's cooler at night here now, so we've got more curling up of everybody on the bed, and Buster and Tim were curled up. Buster's head, gigantic head, and Timmy's little body curled up around his head. It's so sweet, just purring. Lovely. Okay, so back to it. So it's all connected. It's all very devastating. It's nuanced, but you can see the baddies have been doing this for a long time. And if we think about CIA being Mossad, same. Mossad, Israel's CIA. If we think about CIA being complicit in this cover-up and this elimination of history with this report that we're reading through now, I'm mad.
This message underscores the importance of critical examination and preservation of authentic historical records to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the past for generations to come. So this book that we're going to be having a look at, A Most Complete Compendium of Geography. It was released by Lawrence Icard in 1691. This original from the British Library. So this book in itself contains a lot of information that you can find elsewhere.
Pause. Did you see that abomination of a building and what was in the background? I'm going to see if I can scoot back. We're up to 10:30, because if you weren't looking, have a look. Oh my God, I'm going to 10:30. I can do this. I'm a fucking professional. Was play, and I'm going to read it over the pause.
This book that we're going to be having a look at, A Most Complete Compendium of Geography. It was released by Lawrence Icard in 1691. This original from the British.
Okay. So we've got this abomination of the British Library right there. Look at the background. So we've got old world beauty, and then whatever the fuck this is. We're Uniqua. Oh, okay. And look at me. I didn't even like slide all the way back and lose our whole place.
Library. So this book in itself contains a lot of information that you can find elsewhere. There are other documents that have exactly the same stuff. This is an example of that. From 1715, a new description of the world delineating Europe, Africa, Asia, and America. And
wait, a new description of the world. Yep.
There's many more. So I just searched for one of the words, which is another word for Uzbek-Zagathe, and you can find all these different books that have references to exactly the same geography.
Pause. So there you go. Hope, if you're wanting a rabbit hole, here, look, books on Google that you could, you know what? All the books I want to listen to on Audible, though, these kind of like, I've got an amazing book list of books I want to read. Oh my God, I need another brain. And, but I need them as audiobooks. God knows I can't sit down and read a book, for fuck's sake. And none of them are on Audible because they don't want us having ease of access to this stuff, right?
Stuff. So they've all copied from the same sources. They do have slight differences. So an example would be from this one. We'll see that it talks about the 85th degree. And if we come over to this book here, the one that we're going to be reading from, it says the 83rd and 180th degree, whereas the other one was 85th and 182nd. 85th and 182nd. Between the same latitude, 39th and 72nd. But we're going to be talking about this, so you can check these documents out for yourself, see what you think. But we're going to be going over this first document, just going to be seeing what it's saying, having a look on the map where that would be. So, Tartaria is the greatest country in the world, lying on the east of Russia and the north of Persia, India, and China. Known worldwide.
I spoke too soon. Sorry for screaming in your ear. God. Okay, fine, I'll find it. Shit and balls. Sorry, chat. You know me. We'll find that orange abomination. That was 10:30. 30. I wanted to pause and I just slid it all the way back to the start instead. Gosh.
Copied from the same sources. They do have slight differences. So an example would be from this one. We'll see that it talks about the 85th degree. And if we come over to this book here, the one that we're going to be reading from, it says the 83rd and 180th degree, whereas the other one was 85th and 182nd. 85th and 182nd. Between the same latitude, 39th and 72nd. But we're going to be talking about this, so you can check these documents out for yourself, see what you think. But we're going to be going over this first document, just going to be seeing what it's saying, having a look on the map where that would be. So, Tartaria is the greatest country in the world, lying on...
That's what I wanted to do. I could just click. Sorry. I get called a turkey quite often. Sorry. Okay, so here's the map. It's very dim. I just thought if you wanted to drink it in even more. So we've got China. What does that say? The Grand Tartaria. So that whole section, a whole here, this whole kind of lime green section above China, above India, next to Europe, Grand Tartaria. Interesting.
The east of Russia and the north of Persia, India, and China. situated between the 83rd and the 180th degree of longitude and between the 39th and 72nd degree of latitude, being in length from the borders of Astrakhan to the eastern parts of Cathay, about
um wait, click on here and get the cursor. So the pink, of course Tartaria is pink. What does this say? There's China, a sailing ship down here in the ocean to the right. 'Africa.
4,000 miles, and the breadth from the southern parts of Moranara, which is Zagatai or Uzbek, to the most northern parts of Tartaria Deserta, which is essentially the name for Siberia, which is about 2,000 miles. This contains the ancient provinces of Scythia, Sake, Sogdania, and the greatest part of Sarmatia Asiatica, with a little of old Persia. It has remained unconquered under several governments.
So reminder, Persia is Iran. Okay, so Iran. And remember I told you about, I've got it's my pinned tweet on Twitter, the nexus, the connection between Germany, Iran, and Tartaria. If we think about Germany being the ones who tried to keep Germany's culture and their Christian values, their family values, free from the degeneracy of, I'm sorry, but the Jews. The book burning was burning of like degenerate, like porn and stuff. And remember I told you about the fact that Germany gifted Iran a library of, I think it was 8,700. I'd have to check. I can't remember the number, but a massive library of Tartarian history stuff. And now, and that's then Crimea, the second of the three meetings in World War II of the big three. So Britain, America, and Stalin, Russia, the Bolsheviks, happened in Crimea, which is in Tartaria. So it's all connected. It's all linked. And World War One, which we know almost nothing about, it's kind of ambiguous as to why World War One was started, and like from mainstream indoctrinated history. World War Two, again, actually Judea declared war on Germany because the Jews didn't like the fact that Hitler refused to allow their degeneracy to continue to destroy his beautiful, civilized nation, his people, and his culture of his country. And the Jews didn't like that, and they don't like it. It just is. It's all connected. You're so welcome. Hope, sorry, my mouse just died, and we'll get back to the documentary. And thank you, AD. Yes, I try. It's hard for me to articulate this stuff succinctly and accurately because this is a really big, nuanced situation, and I'm glad that I'm doing an okay job that for someone who knows the stuff, it's making sense, and for those of you shorties who this is somewhat new to you, it's also seeming to make some semblance of sense. And I'm really happy that we're able to, me, but with you, I'm being able to draw in all of this. It's happened organically. Even the false flag stuff, I didn't really think about that, but it's all we've been preparing for all of this, and I'm really happy. I'm really proud of us as a community and of myself actually. And thank you, Hope. I watch many YouTube creators, but Lisa is the only one who sends me down rabbit holes, and I believe it all has to do with our cultural differences. Thank you, Lisa, for eye-opening streams. Thank you, AD. Thank you. Like I said last night in our call-in show, I rarely, if ever, speak on Twitter Spaces, X Spaces, about all this stuff. Not that no one's made any of these connections between Tartaria on with what's happening now, the World War II thing, the Hitler thing, the Bolshevik revolution, because it's so deeply hidden. And my friend Sarah refers to it as woo-woo stuff. Like she thinks it's nonsense. But is it nonsense though? Like, are we not building a pretty strong case by making the connections and seeing the patterns? And for me anyway, I've immersed myself in this for months and months and months. So back to it. Thank you all for being here.
Until anno 1162, the Tartars, an obscure people, overran this country and elected a monarchy which still remains. But a good part of it has fallen away. So again, this document was written in 1690. So in 1690, the Tartars still have their monarchy in Tartary, but most of it has fallen away. So that makes sense because in our other videos, we've gone over the Russian or Muscovite conquest of the Tartaria areas. The emperor is...
So if you recall, they killed the Tsar and his family. In the Bolshevik Revolution, they got rid of all of the elites, but they were the monarchy, the royalty, the bourgeoisie, which is a French term, but still, because they were the links to the ancient Tartarian empire. And it wasn't just a royalty thing. It wasn't. So communism obviously goes against anything that's monarchist, right? Anything royal is the antithesis of communism. And if you remember, communism is a Jewish construct, because it makes you wonder. Loops, you're so sweet. It makes you wonder whether, and in the Talmud, rabbis still now, but even in the Talmud, they're by way of deception. So we wage war. That's the Mossad's motto. But in the Talmud, they I've lost my train of thought. It was to do with monarchist and royalty. Like basically, no, I've lost it.
called the Great Sham of Tartary, who is also the famous country of China. So it's saying that the Tartars own China in 1691. That would make sense. We know the Tartars retook China in the 1600s, 1644. They officially became the rulers with the Qing dynasty. The Ming dynasty beforehand were having issues. There was a peasants' revolt in Beijing. And at that point, the Mings asked the kings, or the Qings, to come and assist them. And that's when the Qing dynasty moved in. So going back to the document, the emperor is called the Great Sham of Tartary, who has also the famous country of China. Some part of it is under the Russians, the rest under several independent princes. The imperial seat is at Shambalu, as it is supposed. So this is important because Shambalu, we're going to have a look, as a lot of references to it being Peking, but it's not Peking, it's a different city. We'll see some references for that just to prove that point. But we've got other videos about this, but the official line is that Shambalu is Beijing or Peking. A quick Google search will show you that Kambalu is Kanbalik or Dadu of Wan, which was the winter capital of the Wan dynasty in now Beijing, the capital of China. You see Kambalu, an alternative form of Kambaluk, comes from Marco Polo's travels, but it's not just Marco Polo. There's other people that talk about it. Marco Polo is the one they like to reference the most, and he apparently visited Kanbalik, which in...
So Marco Polo, 1271. Probably just scratched my leg by mistake, being loving. There's Jerusalem. So that's so-called Israel, occupied Palestine. Caspian Sea. So this all here, I'm with my mouse in the middle. That was Tartaria. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We're going to save humanity. We're going to save it. We're going to turn this shit around.
East Turkish means city of the Khan, which, as we saw, is supposedly Khan Balik in Beijing. We can easily disprove this one. All we have to do is have a look where Beijing is, and we can see Beijing right here is behind the Great Wall of China. So this is where Beijing is.
I've seen in my Tartarian adventures, the rabbit hole that is my Tartarian algorithm on Twitter, it's referred to as the Great Wall of Tartaria. Makes sense, doesn't it?
And Beijing was apparently conquered by Kublai Khan, and he supposedly called it Kambaluk, which was its name forever afterwards. However, if we come to this book called The History of Tamerlane the Great, taken out of Alicent, the Emperor's Historian, so this is by his historian himself. This book was printed in 1679. It seems to have been translated, original documents, probably around the 1600s. And Timur is from 1336 to 1405. So we can see from this book, just from the table of contents, some of the things that Tamerlane does. He has a war with the Muscovites, has a war against the King of China. But before he can have a war against the King of China, he is stopped by the revolt of a Calix, a great lord of Tartary. So this is before he goes against the King of China. And here it talks on page 35. Calix had been with his army of 100,000 men before the great and proud city of Kambalu, the metropolis of the province of Kate. The inhabitants had opened their gates and received him with as much joy as if he had been their lawful sovereign. However, Tamerlane, who comes from Zagate or Chagate, which is to the west, he comes and he fights Calix and he takes Kambalu. And this book talks more about it.
Simi, there's one in India too. It's shorter. It's not. It's the second biggest wall, Great Wall. And if we remember that map, India's at the bottom of Tartaria. I wonder if they were once connected. And who built that shit? Remember that video we watched on the first Tartaria live stream, part 1? Remember that one? Oh, shivers, like literal full body shiver. I love this shit.
You can see 14 mentions of Kambalu, and this is before he invades China. So let's have a look at the invasion of China. And as soon as it begins,
Sarah's very matter of fact, very facts based. She's very, I love her. She's no nonsense. She's savage in the best way. She's funny as fuck. She knows so much, but she deals in like, it's a different sphere. But I think we've got a valid argument here that this is relevant, factual. Like, I don't have to say anything. This guy's just showing us his Google journey, right? His research. He's showing us the receipts. So fantastic.
it says the provinces of Liaotum and of Pekin. Pekin, of course, is Beijing, which the Chinese had taken from the Tartarians, were the causes of that anger and displeasure, which they could not dissemble. So, of course, Pekin had been taken from them in the terms of Kublai Khan had taken it himself or built it himself as Khan Balik, not Kambalu. These are different places. He'd built Khan Balik, but the Chinese had taken it back with the Ming dynasty. And Tamerlane was trying to re-establish the One dynasty, the Tartars, which the Chinese had taken from the Tartarians, were the causes of that anger and displeasure, which they could not disassemble. They found themselves by this means, and by a prodigious wall of a vast length, built in the passage of the mountains, deprived of the benefit of that prey which they were wont to make in that kingdom by their frequent inroads. So it's talking about the Great Wall of China, Pekin, Beijing in the Great Wall of China. So a simple deduction. How did Tamerlane manage to capture Kambaluk or Kambalu from Calix to then move south across the wall to then capture Kambalu again? If it's Pekin, if it's Beijing, if this is right, if the claims that Wikipedia made or the official narrative makes, an example is here. You can see that from the travels of Marco Polo on this Khan Academy, when they quote this point, in this city of Kambalu, another spelling for Khan Balik. You'll find this in all the old books as well. not the originals, obviously, but in the more recent translations, it'll say down below, Kambalu is just Kambalik. It just means Beijing. So if we come to the third chapter, the one before this, where it talks about Calix, you can see there are two mentions of a wall. However, those mentions of the wall, when Tamerlane had privately made mentions for preparations for an expedition that he'd promised his uncle, the uncle being the emperor, he'd promised this expedition. So basically, Tamerlane says to his uncle that he's going to go and attack China. The king of this large country, who's named the offspring of the sun, expected no such matter. And you see,
Just speaking of sun, Ra is the god of sun god, Ra, in ancient, like Egyptian mythology or eschatology. And is Isis, and El is, I can't remember, but Israel. They are a polytheist religion. They'll tell you they're not. They are not a monotheist. They believe in many gods. They are pagans.
when talking of China, these lands are lying beyond a river called Tachi, and beyond that famous wall which bound both empires, and which the king of China built to secure himself and his people from the Tartarians. The next mention of the wall, nevertheless, he was willing that Calix should believe that he was passed beyond the mountains to assault the famous wall defended by all the armies of the Chineses. So it's saying Tamerlane wanted Calix to believe that he was already beyond the mountains and he was attacking the Chinese at the wall. So he's talking about the Chinese at the wall, right here. If Calix was at Kambalu, which is the metropolis of the province of Cathay, if Calix is at Kambalu, how the hell is Kambalu also Peking? Because Tamerlane hasn't even gone there yet, and they talk about the wall. The only mentions of the wall, it's pretty easy to understand, so I hope I've explained it decently well, but just have a look. If this is Beijing, all right, and we're somewhere outside Beijing, and they're telling us that Beijing is Kambalu, it's the same place. So this Tartarian king is apparently living in Beijing in exactly the same place as the Emperor of China. No problems. They're not arguing or anything. They apparently both live in the same city and don't understand it. So Tamerlane wants to cross this wall to take over Beijing. And on the way to take over Beijing, somebody revolts. Now, history is trying to tell us that Beijing and Kambalu are the same place. So Kanbalik and Kambalu are the same place. That's what they're trying to say. So with that in mind, Tamerlane is on his way to attack Beijing when he gets a revolt. He gets word that Calix has revolted and has taken Kambalu. So isn't that Beijing? So surely he's just heard that Calix has taken Kambalu. So he then goes and he goes, right, we're not attacking Beijing anymore. We're going to go and attack Kambalu, which is Beijing apparently. So then he goes and attacks Kambalu, beats Calix at Kambalu, which is Beijing. And then he leaves Beijing going, good job, lads. Now, let's go attack Beijing. It doesn't make sense, does it? And then in the very next chapter, he mentions the wall 33 times because he's coming over the fucking wall. That's why he's mentioned it 33 times, because he's got to get over the wall. The page is dedicated to how they get round the wall. On page 60, it says, as he was nearest to the enemy, he had an opportunity to discover in what places the wall that stopped the Tartarian inroads might be assaulted. So on page 60, he's talking about what places on this wall he would be able to attack to get through. They found a local prince who took liking to them, and he betrayed the Chinese and divulged a secret passage that he knew that led into China. And it was easy to go in and surprise the soldiers that were guarding the wall. So again, why would he have to do this if he's already taken Kambalu? That doesn't make sense. None of that makes sense. So I've just spent quite a while on this because I need to hammer home that Kambalu and Beijing are not the same place. And this is obvious. This is obvious that they're not the same place. You'd have to be a moron to think they're the same place, because all the mentions of the wall are when he attacks Pekin. We saw him mention Pekin up here, Liutum and of Pekin. So why is he calling it Pekin if it's also Kambalu? Why is he confused? Why doesn't he realize that Calix is already at this place? Why doesn't he realize that he's had to cross a wall? Why is he worried about attacking the same wall if he's already crossed it so easily? He crossed it so easily, apparently he didn't even notice the first time. That doesn't make sense. So Kambalu and Khan Balik are two very different places. Khan Balik is Beijing, yes, as in Khan Balik. Kambalu, that's a different place entirely.
Got it. I'm not sure I've got it. I think they're different.
On page 108, all things having been thus ordered, the army took the way to Kumbalu. But before they began to march, the prince sent to the emperor, his uncle, to inform him of his happy successes and return. So he's returning to Kumbalu. The army in their return homewards carried with them all their sick people, and after 2 days' march, they met with the new recruits that were coming to assist them. The prince ordered them to proceed on no further, but to return home towards Kambalu, whither he intended to go and meet with the emperor, who had intended to see him there and give him a triumphing reception. So the emperor, who is Tamerlane's uncle, is meeting him at Kambalu. So, and he's saying, return home towards Kambalu. Go back, go to Kambalu. Don't worry, we're leaving China. We're going home. We're going to go see the emperor in Kambalu. So again, how can Kambalu and Pekin be the same place? They're not. That's where history is lying. They've made a very big effort. I don't know who exactly, whether it was the Chinese, whether it's the Jesuits, the Russians, but they've made a very big effort to lie about the location of Kambalu because...
So the Jesuits were like the Jews, I think. The Druids were the Catholics. The Crusaders. It's all connected.
It was definitely north of the Wall of China, because if it was south of the Wall of China, then it wouldn't make sense. If Kambalu was south of the Wall of China, then Tamerlane never would have had to bother with getting over the wall. All of this stuff about the wall would be nonsense. It just wouldn't make sense. And there's many references to China being behind the wall to defend against the Tartarians. So why would Tartarians be behind the wall? None of that makes sense. So the document provided us some information, the 83rd to 180th degree longitude, 39 to 72 lat, and also 4,000, 2,000 miles going up and down. So we're going to have a look at that on Google Maps to plot that for you. So we get this box if we tap up the coordinates. As you can see here, this is, one of the coordinates there. The reason that's out in the ocean is because obviously north to south, they're trying to get every bit in. But they did a very good job when you consider 1690. They got this is the top one here. That will be the one in the ocean. This one here, down in the middle of the desert. And obviously it goes all the way up to the northern borders. So these are the coordinates that were given in that book. And this is the area that it says is Tartary. It says that it's on the east of Russia. So obviously Russia over here. But this is where it does get a little bit confusing, because Russia was owning big chunks of this at this point, and they were moving in this way. And as well, by 1690, the Russians had conquered all the way up to here. So 1690, the Russians had actually conquered all of this. So Tartaria and its exact location around about the time of this document is very debatable, because in 1689, we had the Treaty of Nechinsk, which saw Russia take all the land up to this border here, which was the Amur River, and they got everything on this side. And the Tartars, the Qing dynasty, they were in here. So that gives us more evidence that Kambalu was probably somewhere around here in the Manchuria area, or possibly around here somewhere, but definitely around here. Now, if we take the 4,000...
AD, thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Sorry, I just had to get something to eat and break my fast. Yes, thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Miles it gave from Astrakhan, because Astrakhan was part of the Tartarian area. So this is Tartaria Minor in Ukraine. This is the original Tartarian areas around Kazan, because this is actually where you'll find the Republic of Tatarstan, also known as Tartaria, right there. He's trying to take us over to the one in Romania. That's another thing with the Tartarian tablets. Look at that another day. But you've got the Republic of Tatarstan. This area was officially known as Tartaria, without the R, the Tartaria. So from Astrakhan all the way up to the borders of Cathay, which is here, and we'll discuss Cathay as well briefly. Cathay is another thing that's been twisted. So Cathay, they'll tell you, is North China, and the Manji is South China. So as Wikipedia will tell us, Cathay is a historical name for China that was used in Europe during the early modern period. The term Cathay initially evolved as a term referring to what is now northern China, completely separate and distinct from China, which was a reference to southern China. So
See you, Laura. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Like I said, I haven't watched this, so if it's getting too heavy going, we'll see whether we can get back into that other Tartaria explained that we paused on part 2, I think. Part 5. No, part 2.
they try and say that it's North China and South China, but it's a little bit more than that. The Cathay region is the area beyond the Great Wall. So it's the area north of the Great Wall. Everywhere south of the Great Wall is the Manji. They're the Chinese. So, and well, there's a debate on Manji becoming Manchurians. So there is that. But Manji is the south of the wall, and Cathay is north. We'll have a look at some of the pictures, and you'll see. This one's interesting, by the way. I won't talk about it, but it's got Antichrist and Gog Magog here. It's flipped upside down.
So remember last night I mentioned Gog Magog. So Gog Magog is basically Armageddon. It's like the final last battle, which is a Jewish thing. It's from the Talmud. Gog and Magog down the bottom there. Antichrist.
So this is north, but we'll have a look, for example, on, well, this map is a 1570 map. It's not a great one. China's down here. Cathay is here. So it's a little bit, that will be more north because obviously follow the curvature that is added on. So from China, that is actually north. Then you can see on this map, you've got a similar thing. This says Manji down here and the Cathay region up here. So we'll find one with a wall because the wall is, here we go. So that we can see up here, China is listed as China, and this is the Great Wall here following the mountains, and Cathay is north of the Great Wall. Now, this is important because we have Peking down south of the Great Wall. So Peking is right here, and up here is actually where we have Kambalu. So it's quite hard to see, but that's Kambalu up there. Poor image. I could get a better one up. I probably should do. Go on, just for you. There we go. So got a better quality version, and you can see the Great Wall right here. So actually, this one looks a little bit different. But yeah, so you've got the Great Wall right here. Peking would obviously be down here. And on the north of the Great Wall is where you'll find Kambalu and Kambalu River and stuff like that. I don't care. Thank you. Right. Kambalu would...
Loops, I think the thing is you've like, even for me, as we're watching all of the content we've done for the last few months, really, and all of what I listen to and watch and consume in my own time, you have to watch a lot of stuff and read a lot of stuff and scroll through a lot of stuff to get the little nuggets of the little links that that help you piece it all together. A lot of what I'm sort of articulating here now is me piecing together things in real time, frankly. So better images. He's good, isn't he? I like it. I don't know what the channel is. There's no credit given. By the conspiracy bot is the X account on which I found this, but they didn't credit the creator, which is disappointing because he's referencing having other videos on other on related subjects, right? So
be there. It's definitely north of the Great Wall, and of course, that's how he describes it because Tamerlane. He goes to Cathay where Kambalu is in Cathay, and then he has to go to China and he has to jump the wall. So evidently, Kambalu is north of the wall. Now, back to the document. It says it has remained unconquered under several governments until 1162. So we did read that. The imperial seat is at Shambalu. So yes, of course. Is this talking about Kambalik in Beijing, or is it talking about somewhere north of the wall in Cathay? That's for you to decide, but hopefully I've convinced you. The inhabitants are Mahometans, pagans, some Christians of the Nestorian sect, and it also talks about the language. So the language is the Tartarian language, very boisterous and clamorous, almost the same with the Turkish, having some mixture of Persian and Scythian words.
I'm sorry, just Hope says quite disappointing about not crediting. I always credit whenever I make threads on Twitter, which I haven't done for a while. Oh no, I've got my pinned tweet is a thread, a short thread, but I always credit my resource in case hopefully it sparks someone's interest to go and watch the full video that I've clipped from, and also because let's credit the creators, credit the person who put the work together.
Some places they use the Persian tongue. Now that talks about their chief commodities, what they sell, and it also breaks up Tartaria into 5 great parts. Tartaria Deserta, which is the most western province bordering on Russia, and it's divided into the Kalmuki butchers or the Olgarians, the Chazag or the Kashgars, and the Karakathays or the Shamshalites. And the 2 main cities or the capital cities are Sharkan and Kumberlik. Or it does say the capital city of the whole, or the main city of the whole, is Sharkan or Karkan, however you want to say that. So you've got Karkan and Kumberlik. Notice how that is very similar to Kambalu. It's probably the same meaning. Kumberlik, Khanbalik, city of the Sham or city of the Khan. So it does seem that this name is something that moves around as well. Because obviously, if you've just set up a new kingdom and you build a new city, you say, this is my city, the city of me, city of the Sham. So, Kumbalik, Kambalik, Kambalu. So yeah, the second part is Uzbek or Zagathay on the south of Tartaria Deserta. It's about 1,200 miles long, and it contains the old provinces of Sake, Sogdania, and parts of Scythia and Old Persia. So this is the bit that, as we know, was called Independent Tartary for a while, until the Russians finally invaded that. The capital cities are Samarkand, which is where Tamerlane is supposedly from, Bukhara, and Istigius, which I've never heard of that one. It's probably got a different name, which I have heard of. There's also the provinces of Belch, Alfoid, or Alsoid, Khwarazm, Al-Shah, and Targana. The third part of Tartaria is Turkestan, which is part of ancient Scythia, and it's on the east of Zagathay, about 1,400 miles long. The capital cities or capital towns are Tibet, Kaskar, and Khotan. It contains many kingdoms as Kaskar, Chialis or Turfan, Chiatium, Khotam, Tibet, Kamul, Lop, Tainsu, Kaindu, and others. The Lop, of course, can be located today, the Lop Desert. So there would have been the Kingdom of Lop in the Lop Desert. So that does give you an idea that these are the right places. Turkestan on the east of independent Tartary. Tartaria Deserta, as it's known, is north of that. So it's very interesting that they call that the desert, considering I would argue that the Lop is the desert. But now the fourth section is called Mongol or Magog, the true old Tartary. It's on the north of Turkestan.
Magog, Gog and Magog. It can't be a coincidence that the Jews, the Bolshevik Jews, wanted to wipe out the Tartarians. And there's a place called Gog and Magog. And that part of Tartaria contains Persia, which is Iran. It can't. I feel like my title might actually finally be appropriate. It's not a coincidence. I know it's not a coincidence, but I know all about Gog and Magog, not enough to articulate it properly, but one of the spaces that I spend all day, every day in it's getting earlier and earlier start because of fucking daylight saving in America, but Albert Bashar's space, which he just goes like everything I know about Judaism and the Talmud and Jewish supremacy comes from him. everything. And a lot of what I understand about Islam and even Christianity, he's an agnostic. But but even nobody. This is so Tartaria is so deeply buried. The CIA, which remember this is the video exposing the CIA's cover up and scrubbing of all historical record, and the Bolshevik revolution. Eliminate, and it comes back to the clergy plan, because that's about having, and the Talmud is also about, which the clergy plan was written by a Jew, is about having the Muslims and the Christians fight each other, destroy each other, so that Jewish supremacy can take over the world. 2/3 of the world's population must die, must be eliminated according to Talmudic prophecy, eschatology, for their Messiah, the Mashiach, to occur. And even Albert's, like, because Tartaria is so deeply buried. Albert's talked about Gog and Magog often. It's becoming part of the vernacular in those truther and awakened, the notices in those spaces and realms. But I don't know, man. I'm feeling pretty happy with myself. It's a shame nobody hardly watches our content, but that's okay. We know a secret now, don't we, everybody? We look at us learning. Wait, I'm going to play learning time. I have to. It might be a bit loud. It's 11 seconds. Don't be frightened.
It's learning time with Cam Shorty. Finding out something new every day.
Okay, back to it.
And about 1,800 miles long and 950 in breadth. The chief towns are Mongol and Tenduk. It contains many provinces as Samogul or Tartar, Tenduk or Mekrat, Baju or Mekrit, Tekmogul, Kali, and others. So Mongol or Magog is north of Turkestan, which does seem to match with Mongolia and areas to the east. And then finally, we have Cathay or Kin Tartary on the southeast of Mongol, about 1,650 miles long and 1,100 miles in breadth. It contains 4 great provinces: Cathay or Nayman, Kambalu or Arab Kambalik, Nish or Tenduk, and Yupi. It contains the ancient Sarika and parts of Scythia. I'll bring us back to another map because on Wikipedia...
I forgot about the song. Oh, fuck. I forgot about the song. We'll play 2 then because you're not wrong. You're not wrong. So let's have a quick palate cleanse because this is a lot of information. It's very information dense and it's names and places and stuff that's new to all of us, I presume. Wait, okay. Very good point. So we'll have a quick music break. We'll play because I had a song. Actually, I'll save my song for the next hour because guaranteed there will be a next hour. This one's a shorty but a goodie. Great idea, Poke.
Don't speak too soon. Let's leave us some room. We reserve the right to be feral for you. For you. Blinking and winking, got my hand wallet out. It's a ratchet redemption. Gonna chase me some clout. Get me to the testicle festival. Blue balls, bulls, balls, Rocky Mountain oysters. It's a test fest. I fuck, how great. Blink my lips, both sets. Shall we make it a date? And winking, got my hand wallet out. It's a ratchet redemption. Gonna chase me some clout. Don't speak too soon. Let's leave us some room. We reserve the right to be feral for you. For you. But is there a boo ball that we can attend? 'Cause we never ever ever want this feral shit to end. Moist panties, meet curtains. No, Jesus fuck chat. let's fucking go. And winking, got my hand on it out. It's a ratchet redemption. Gonna chase me some clout. Moist panties, neat curtains. No, Jesus fuck chat, let's fucking go.
If you want the backstory to that one, way back when, the day after The Blind Side, actually, or maybe before, ancient history, but Chad had been particularly feral on Chad had been particularly feral on Friday nights when we were watching the Depp v. Heard trial, which I abandoned because trauma. But it was so feral and hilarious. So I said next week on Friday, I will jot down some of the key feral comments from chat, and the wherever it goes, and I'll turn it into a song. And so I did, and I wove it together with just a couple of other things to make it rhyme and phrase and stuff, and that's the result. It was hilarious. It's a good one. I had it as a members only song for a while because it takes some explaining, right? Yeah, I'd never watched it either before, Hope. And so everyone was like, oh, you must. But it was Melissa, Turd Ferguson, shout out Melissa, who had recommended we watch it, and it was a very traumatic time. And when all the trauma happened with The Blind Side of the Pirate, I was like, I can't. It's too triggering. Can't. So, and it'll be funny. Loops is a bit behind, so he'll get to that song. He'll be like, "What the fuck?" in chat. So, 1.5x speed, Loops, when you get to this spot, and catch up with us. See you in real time. Okay, let's get back to it.
Obviously talking about how Cathay is China, is exactly the same as China. But anyway, so you can kind of sense the passive aggressiveness with the Cathay is finally gone. This 1689 map by Giacomo Cantelli da Vignola from Modena identifies it and Manji with China. So now if we zoom in on this, we can see Peking and Liaotung. So those are the places that were mentioned as where Tamerlane was about to go and invade, until he got word that Calix, one of the kings of Tartary, had decided to take over Kambalu. Now, Kambalu isn't shown on this map, but it's usually shown as being either near the Sungari or Quentung Fluvius. So it's still in this region. So even though Cathay has gone, it's still here. It's not China. It's still south of the wall. I mean, it became China, as in they invaded China. So it's one of these things where it's a confusion, but they've also purposely tried to do it. Now, you'll notice over here is the UP that was just mentioned, the Tartary de UP. So we just heard about the UP people, and they're over here on the right. So this is the Chinese south of this wall. We can have a look at this picture. This picture from just before, which shows us Cathay up here, Kambalu right here.
Man, you have to be fast on the uptake to pause it in time. He is moving through these images quickly.
Here, on this river, which is called the River Pulisanja on this map. So we can see that Kambalu is right here, and it's outside the wall, a wall of 400 leagues betwixt the banks of hills, built by the kings of China against the breakings in of the Tartars. Kingdom of the Great Sham, and it's north of the walls. Cathay is north of the walls. It's northeast. So it's very easy to work out once you realize that. And you can see the mountains of the greatest note are those anciently called Imau, dividing Tartary in the middle. The rivers of principal note are four: the Obi, which we know about the Obi because that's in Russia, Okanda, Chesil, or the Jaxartes, which is located in independent Tartary, and Polysanya, which is the one we just saw located northeast of China in Cathay. And there's the most considerable lakes are four. We've got Kithay, Kithaska, Koras, and Amu. These are all very difficult to locate today. Some very interesting things have happened there. So I hope you've enjoyed going through this document. Like I said, when I checked the other things, there are a
Yes.
load of documents that include the same kind of info or similar kind of info. So it's just a tedious process to go through all of these and find all the things that you need to really build a picture. It's evident from what we've seen that obviously China here, this isn't Cathay. Maybe this was Manji. But this is Cathay. This is Cathay here. Over here are the UP people. This is where you find the UPs, which makes sense with the map that we found. And if we have a look at UP Tartars, they're known as the Nanai people. And they lived along the Amur River. And they were actually evacuated by the Chinese originally. So the Amur River is, of course, this one that we saw over here. This makes this border. So this river here, it comes from up there, down there, around there. So these people are from here. And on this map that I got from Rare Maps, the date on this, it's from Stockholm, London, 1730. So the reason we come to this one, obviously we can see down here the Great Wall of China peeking there. And if we come up, we can see our Amur River. Now it does have a different flow. It comes right from the side instead of coming from up. So that could just be a mapping issue there. Or maybe it did actually flow a bit differently a few hundred years ago. But we can see UP Tartaros down here. So that matches that map that we just saw, which is up here, Tartary to UP. So the UP's around this corner. Cathay is right here, just beyond this wall. So have a look at the wall. Cathay, the UPs are going to be up here. So having a look at this here, again, we've got the Great Wall of China around here, the UPs around here. So where do we think Cathay is going to be? Around here somewhere, isn't it? This will be the Cathay region. So we can assume that Kambalu, the proper Kambalu, not Kambalik, proper Kambalu was around here somewhere, with a Christian kingdom till for only 60 years, supposedly set up by Prester John, or maybe even Didymus Thomas himself. Although I think if it was Didymus Thomas, he'd be about 1,200 years late because he was supposed to be around at the same time as Jesus. But very interesting. I mean, it might have taken him 1,200 years to walk all the way from Jerusalem. It's a bit of a distance. So I think we'll call that one the end of that. I hope you've enjoyed watching and learning.
Yes.
I hope you learned a lot from that book. I hope you've learned about Cathay.
Yes.
And Kambalu, and you can join us on the hunt for these places where they really were, because there is a lot of confusion. I mean, who knows? Maybe these places really were south of the wall, but I think when you look at the books talking about how Kambalu is evidently a separate place, the book about Tamerlane has Calix, one of the kings, fighting. He goes and he tricks the people of Kambaluk to join him, and Tamerlane goes to fight him. And he fights him and he takes back Kambaluk. And then he says, right, I'm off to China. And he goes to invade China. So you can imagine he's coming down and he's saying, right, I'm going to go take out China, sort him out for you, uncle, because his uncle wanted him to. And then he gets a call and he says, hey, can you do me a favor? Can you go sort out Kambaluk? Because one of our kings has had a revolt. So Tamerlane sighs, he goes, go on then. Goes over to Kambaluk, sorts him out, gets Kambaluk back and says, right, problem solved. Now I'm going to China. And he crosses the wall, takes over Liu Tun and Peking, takes over those two places. And then he crosses back and he goes to Kambaluk, where he finds his uncle waiting for him, and he's really happy. It makes sense, doesn't it? That makes geographical sense. He goes to a place, then he goes to another place, and then he goes back to the place. It doesn't make sense if all three of those places are the same place, or two of the places, It doesn't make sense. So anyway, hope you guys learned a lot. We'll be back learning more about Tartaria, trying to figure out the truth behind this, because there is so much misinformation out there, so much they don't want you to know. It's probably why they focus on these global energy empire theories, because they don't want you to know the truth, that there was just actually a country that existed even a few hundred years ago that's been completely wiped out. The people have had their history changed and rewritten, and they just think that they're nomadic scrubs that have always lived in the middle of nowhere. When in reality, a few hundred years ago, they had one of the greatest empires in the world. In about 14 to 1500, this empire covered everywhere from China to Egypt. So, big swathes of Europe fell as well. So, the Golden Horde's invasions into Europe. You're looking at an empire that Went all the way from there down to here. There are
Wow.
notes that some of the Khans took over Egypt. Tamerlane supposedly did it. Another one supposedly did it. They took over these sections, the Indian Empire, the
I'm not going to lie. I'm half side-eyeing this whole globe business these days. I don't know what I can trust anymore. I wish colors was still around. She was highly offended by my hardline opinion that Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit pedophile sympathizer, and our friendship is no longer. What a shame, because Nick Fuentes is a pedophile sympathizer, and I would have thought, given everything that we've gone through together, me and Colours, that she would see that for what it was. However, she has been a groiper, a Fuentes follower for his entire time streaming. So her allegiance to that particular groiper cult was stronger than excuse me, was stronger than our friendship. Very distressing. But it's a hard line in the sand for me. It's a hard red line. We don't be minimizing Epstein-esque pedophilia or even garden variety pedophilia. It's not rules for thee. It's not selective outrage. It's a non-negotiable, in my opinion. So I love your Colours, and I hope you come back one day, and with a clearer mind about your cultism in a
Moguls, which are actually
the Nick Fuentes thing. So he's talking about it being over, but it's not. Trust me, it's not. We've still got an hour to go. If we can continue to wade through, I'm not sure what the next bit will be. But I think he was just talking about that particular document about the Tartars, whatever it was. What we were just looking at, all of those Berlin, Peking stuff. UP, etc.
remnants of Tamerlane's empire. They took all these sections. They beat the Muscovites back. They put Dmitry Donskoy in power up in Moscow, so they controlled the whole thing.
Bloody
Essentially,
massive.
half the world was
Wow.
under Tartarian control.
Tartar.
And when we say that, there was still loads of different kings, because you still need kings to run your country. You don't go in killing everyone. You go in, you take over the place, and you say, right,
Whoa.
I've beat you in battle. Now you pay me money every year. So that's essentially what was going on. It was just one giant empire, and they were always having revolts. It wasn't peaceful. If you're over here fighting a battle, you can bet that a city over here was having a revolt. Maybe there was a king around here that decided to unify a few tribes and attack somewhere. Maybe they were feeling a bit oppressed. Maybe they didn't like their treatment. So it was just like any other empire. There was people all the time trying to usurp, trying to take over. Sometimes the empire fell to pieces and didn't really have a grand emperor.
Okay, so Nick Fuentes was once a he was being groomed for the Republican Party, I think, and he had some hot takes, neocon kind of takes, and he was not keen to be owned by the Jewish lobby, APAC. I might be getting the details wrong, but it is enough for you guys. And you can, because I'm not a groiper. His followers are called groipers. They call themselves groipers. So, so this was he has sold out. Let me get there, Vix. Walk and talk. So, no, it's easier for me to verbalize it. It'll be a long TED talk, and it's helpful for anyone watching who doesn't know who Nick Fuentes is. Anyway, excuse me. So he was blackballed because he was blackballed and deplatformed, and they even, like, what the Jewish oligarchy, the Jewish lobby in America do and around the world, is if you don't play by their rules, they'll either deplatform you, smear you, and debank you, or they'll kill you, or they'll smear you, or all of the above. Shiny. So Fuentes was very young. He was a young guy, up and comer, but also was grew up 11 miles from where Charlie Kirk grew up. I think that's the right one. Yep. So Fuentes was this Groy, Groy, Groy per, but it is relating to incels. He's a fucking little like he's gay, but a closet gay. No shade on being gay, but closet gay incel, who's now loops, who's now anyway, let me get there. So he was this underground guy, and the first time I ever heard of him, because he wasn't allowed anywhere, he wasn't allowed on X, on YouTube. Is he Rumble? Yeah, it's Rumble. So he was the kind of person that you didn't dare watch and tell people you watched for the longest time, because he'd been smeared, because of his takes. He flip-flops now. He's totally sold out. But anyway, so the first thing I ever heard about him was Colors sent me this clip of him saying, like, basically, fuck the haters. Oh, I am me. And it was kind of cool. Like, he's only young. He's only 27 or 28 now. And so, but a total, like, a neocon, but kind of not now. He's totally sold out. So, so fast forward, so very underground, very fringe, and Colors said, don't. I said, who is that? And she said, it's Nick Fuentes. Don't tell anyone that I watch him. Like, it was that it was like being called an anti-Semite to admit that you were a Nick Fuentes person. She's watched him ever since he was like 17, right? He's very charismatic. Whatever. Some of the stuff he says is all right, but I don't agree with mostly any of it. He's a misogynistic incel pig who's totally sold out. So anyway, Charlie Kirk gets shot, right? And Fuentes they had this beef. He and Kirk had beef. Neither of them hardline neocon enough for each other, right? I don't know, something details, incels, fake bullshit, but probably real. So when Charlie Kirk died, the beef was still ongoing, and so he came out and while who was the person? Somebody, can't remember who, was kind of almost gleefully smiling and relishing, was it Ben Shapiro, in the death of Charlie Kirk? Well, probably because that's who killed him. Like, not Shapiro himself, but it was Mossad, CIA, the Jewish Israel, so-called Israel, killed him because he was dissenting and he was refusing to put his backing behind the Zionist cause. So so despite them having personal beef and what have you, Fuentes came out and gave a very seemingly genuine, like, sort of not condolences, but, you know, kind of like expressing regret for his beef with Charlie, and that it was a great loss. He was whatever. Charlie Kirk, you guys know Charlie Kirk. So then Nick, so he's been reinstalled basically. He's sold out. He's very clearly taken the money that Charlie Kirk refused to take from the lobbyists. He's become very mainstream, and his gropers have been emboldened, as has he. He flip-flops on his takes on things like Iran, Venezuela, immigration. He's a misogynistic piece of shit. I can't stand that bullshit. So, but the reason why Colors and I had a falling out is that when the latest docu-dump of the Epstein files came out, Nick Fuentes came out and said that Epstein was cool. He had aura, which is what the young kids say these days about people that have aura, which, spoiler alert, Epstein did not have aura. A little fucking leprechaun with a little shriveled mushroom dick. Allegedly, I don't know, but I've heard misfigured, misshapen. So when he came out, it was viral on Twitter. All this, him saying he had aura, and I was already, like, Colors and I had a lot of differing opinions on a lot of things. We'd already been our relationship was already sort of a little frazzled since everything inflamed, and I became interested in all this stuff. But we were managing to hold it together, and but when the egg-shaped dip. Thank you, Pierre. Delightful. So when this thing came out, like, and most of you know what eventuated with the pirate is that it turned out that he was a fucking pedophile. My ex-boyfriend didn't know, got caught. He has a registered sex offender, got caught in a sting trying to solicit and lure a 15-year-old or 14-year-old girl online turned out to be a sting operation. It wasn't real, but he thought it was. So and Colors and I champ together, outraged, like the ridiculous pedophile sympathizers in those flying monkeys side of the world. It was outrageous. It's a fucking hard line in the sand, right? There's no excuse. There's no minimizing it. There's no, oh, it's okay. It wasn't a 2-year-old, yada, yada, yada. So when Fuentes came out and said this thing, I just posted a tweet. I said, and this is a hard line. I can't remember what it was. A hard line in the sand. Anybody, and I mean all caps, anybody who thinks this is okay, I don't care how long you've been a groper. It was very clearly directed at Colors, but I didn't say so. But because there's so many fucking torturous gropers, I block any groper. I don't want to see their sycophantic, thwarted, incel bullshit on my timeline. I don't block many people, and I don't block them because we interact. I just block them because I don't want to see it. And I posted this tweet, and I haven't even looked to see whether she unfollowed me. I'm sure she did. She hasn't ever communicated with me since. I haven't communicated with her. I haven't looked to see her account because, frankly, I don't have much respect for people. I can't have much respect for somebody who supposedly is a critical free thinker, but is her allegiance to someone who's changed. Like, from what I understand, Nick Fuentes has changed, and that while he used to be fringe and rebellious and had the hot takes and whatever, she's a cultist, and a cultist, not an occultist. And if you're not going to stand on your morals, then I don't want to fuck with you. Like, I'm not there for that. That's hard line for me. And I was incredibly surprised, sort of, but also sort of not surprised, because she's followed him since he was 17, so for a decade. So how about that TED Talk? I don't know, man. I never think about him. I never think about them unless someone, and no one ever does, sends something my way. Almost nobody ever does. They still go on about me over there. They still daily. Holly recent, I don't know, it was probably a month ago now, but recently sent me AJ fucking still going on about Shorty and Giardia, and what the fuck? Get a life, you obsessed fucking weirdos. I don't think about you. I don't impact on your life. I never did anything to you. Fuentes is a cuck. Loops comes in with a hot take that is very much bang on. So, but it's important popular culture. This whole dynamic is very so now. I don't know what's going on with Fuentes. I try to steer away from any of it. He's not so viral on Twitter at the moment, and it turned a lot of people off him. And the people that were already cultists, already gropers, doubled down. Almost all of them, including one of my very best friends, Colors, which is very disappointing. So, okay. Back to World Dominator. Yes, correct. Thank you. World. What am I doing? Changing this. Yes. I am a professional.
Collecting money from everyone. Sometimes battles would happen and everyone would go, I'm not paying anymore. And then the emperor can't do anything about it. So more places say, well, I'm not going to pay either. And then within 50 years, nobody's paying anything. And then they'll get a reunification where someone like Genghis Khan comes along and he says, right, I'm sorting this shit out. And he goes around and beats everyone and starts collecting money again, rinse and repeat. So that's basically what's happened. And, then they lost out to Russia. They lost out to Russia in the 15 to 16, 1700s. And eventually they were trapped in China and independent Tartary. And they were slowly beaten in the independent Tartary wars around here by Russia. And they were slowly beaten by the British, the French, and the Russians in the Opium Wars. So this kingdom went from controlling everything in about 1500, 1530 maybe, controlling essentially everything, to being wiped out by about the 1900s.
That's just shocking.
When it comes to Tartaria, this is definitely the most difficult place to find information about. If you look on YouTube or other blogs and forums, Stolen History, I think most people will probably focus on the idea of buildings in America being older than they seem. Settlements and cities growing to have huge populations much faster than they should have done. Some people even suggest that things like the railroads were actually dug out instead of built, things like this. we're not going to be touching on any of that stuff. As you know, on this channel, we try to focus on what we can find in the historical data. We don't really try to touch too much on speculation or things that we can't find evidence for. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. Doesn't mean it did happen. It's just not what we do here.
We don't do that here.
We look for things that we can actually find evidence for, and then we talk about that. If you want to speculate on what might have happened as a result or the consequences, then that's up to you. But we talk about what we can find. And this is something that, like I say, I have avoided for quite a while because the information out there is just so little. And I didn't want to provide something to you guys that was fantastical without being able to back any of it up. So, for example, on Stolen History, on their main article about Tartaria that was posted a good few years ago now, I think about 2020, one of my first videos was actually on this, but I ended up deleting it because at the time I really didn't have much knowledge on Tartaria. So I ended up deleting it because they do make a lot of mistakes in this. I must be honest. They do sometimes give you some good information. Don't get me wrong. And definitely good sources and links. But yeah, anyway, so coming from Stolen History, this is their biggest article about Tartaria. And they made the claim in this map of 1652 that Tartaria appears to have control over North America. And I'm not 100% sure on what the basis for that claim actually is. I've brought up the high quality of the map. I think the reason that they're suggesting that it's controlled by Tartary is because it's the same color, which is kind of ridiculous. Because as we see, Europe is one color, South America is the same color. So are they trying to suggest that Europe and South America are the same team? I'm not really sure. Africa is obviously one color as well. So is the African continent a whole country? No. I think the whole reason that they're saying that it's part of Tartary is actually because it's coloured yellow and so is Tartary. Although if you see the corner of Tartary here, it's green. If that is the reason, that's pretty stupid. I'm going to be honest, because there's these two are the same colour and they're definitely not one giant country. Africa isn't one giant country. We do see over here that we have some text written about America. So looking around, a lot of named places, but there's nothing that indicates any cities down there or anything. Over here as well, I'm not going to translate the whole thing, but it basically just talks about Columbus discovering it and then other people doing it afterwards. But notice that the date is actually 100 years incorrect because Columbus discovered America in 1492. Rather curious, isn't it? That they seem to make that mistake.
Okay, so right on that mistake, I know you're talking about muff buffers. That's fucking hilarious. You're so funny. Is my wife, Stephanie. Interesting. So I think in the first Tartaria, maybe in my intro, I kind of, in part one, I think I might have talked about the fact that one of the things that he hasn't spoken about it yet, but maybe we're here, is that, the Dark Ages and that lost time in history where everything's kind of dark, hence Dark Ages, that maybe just in addition to a lot of history being inaccurate or wiped, right, or rewritten or all of the above, is that perhaps with the cataclysms that seems to have occurred, many, almost globally or not, or whatever wiped out huge populations or not the most, anyway, that perhaps a lot of history in addition to that is simply pieced together, kind of like hoping, like a patchwork quilt, with scraps of bits and pieces that historians knew because of whatever historical record there was, but that the dates and the timelines might be a little ambiguous. And so that's interesting that on that map it said Christopher Columbus was 100 years, I think it said earlier, or anyway, 100 years off. So that kind of makes sense that not only is excuse me, history definitive, not only is it not definitive, perhaps it's patchy and guesstimations, right? So very interesting.
Got it out by a whole 100 years. Going back to Stolen History, don't worry, by the way, I will be showing you some decent evidence that could suggest that these things are different. Just going through this first. And then the other thing that they mention on American Tartary is they do say the jury is still out on this, but there are some indicators that Tartary was present in the North American continent as well. There obviously are no official historical accounts, but some bits and pieces of info suggest just that. You know, it goes against what they said before about that map seemingly showing the whole of North America being under Tartarian control, because it's just kind of ridiculous. But we're going to talk about the reality of it, because that's a bit of a nutcase claim, but we're going to talk about the reality. So the main things that they go off is this person that you may or may not have heard of called King Tartarax. And then there's also this map here. And it provides this source here from this book for the text. And I wanted to see the map because the map and the text are separate. He's just stuck the text over and he hasn't provided a source of the map. So what we'll do is we'll have a look at that text itself. And this book is by Josiah Priest from 1834. It's called American Antiquities and Discoveries in the West. So you can check that out for yourself. And they've got a whole chapter here, the voyages and shipping of the Mongol Tartars and settlements on the western coast of America. But what we're actually going to do is we're going to come back to this book shortly because there's something else that connects with it that I want to bring up first, because this goes into detail on that. So first we're going to have a look at a map. And whilst it's not quite the same, we can see with this one that we're trying to find that's got pink on this side, the green here and the yellow down here, and Hispania Nova. It's a similar thing. Hispania Nova here, you can see this area here. So maybe it is trying to suggest that this area is its own region. I think they're trying to suggest that this is Tartaria, and then obviously the Spanish come down here and the Europeans have come over from this side. So I think that's what they're trying to suggest, is that this is Tartarian. This map as well has a very similar thing going on about it. Once again, 1492. So they've got it correct on this map. But you can see that they've got this place called Quivera, which is connected to Tartarax, which we're going to talk about shortly. But yeah, it is, again, similar thing. Hispania Nova, this side here where we think the Europeans have come in, and then this, which is what they're suggesting, is the Tartarian sections. So it definitely wasn't control over the whole North American region. I think, if anything, it will have been the West Coast. It is actually important to remember that the main migrations of Native Americans are actually from Asia. The thing is, though, the official history will tell you, looking at this haplogroup map here.
Wait. I'm cleaning my glasses. Wait. So I'm not familiar and I can't be bothered pulling up a map. The West Coast is Oklahoma's Midwest, right? What about Chicago? Midwest? I mean, New York isn't. Obviously, that's East Coast. But I have found a proliferation of Iowa, Oklahoma. They say Montana. Stuff. That's West. That's Midwest, right? Am I right? I'll keep playing it, but that's interesting. So if Chicago's Midwest, sorry, there's my squint face. KKK. So that's interesting. So maybe they're saying it wasn't, well, there's no evidence to say that it was all of the Americas, the North America. That's what he's saying. Well, we might get further along into it. But if the building's architecture all the way to the East Coast seems to signify, and the weird shit with those buildings, schools being knocked down, et cetera, I think there's a fair nexus there to be able to assume with fairly decent confidence that while we can somewhat prove that Tartarians were on the west coast of North America, that probably that spanned the whole of North America. Your thoughts, chat? Oh, is that better? Somewhat.
They came over 10,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, 30,000 years ago. I think the most recent ones they'll say is about 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. But anything after that, they say it didn't happen, which is curious. Why were people able to cross these oceans 5,000 years ago, but they weren't able to do it 1,000 years ago? The original idea behind it is the frozen land bridge theory, that they were able to cross over the Bering Strait and then move south from there. Then you've also got them sailing around these islands up to Kamchatka and then going across that way. But that also can fit in with the land bridge theory because of the lower water levels are 150 meters lower at one point. But then we have this one down here, which is evidently a water crossing. And they admit that 5,000 years ago, people did cross over to America on boats. So King Tartarax.
Of course they bloody did. Of course they bloody did. And if we think, It could have even been fucking airships. We don't know. Like, we don't know. They've eliminated and hidden so much. Just the evidence, right? We need receipts. We need receipts.
It essentially comes from this story to do with our Spanish adventurers that were looking for gold. This man here, Francisco Vasquez de Coronado, and essentially what it was having a look for the 7 cities of Cibola, the 7 cities here. And the 7 cities corresponded to El Dorado.
Who's my age? Nobody. Simi, you're probably a bit too. No offense. Do you remember? Does anyone remember the cartoon? Was when I was a child. So what's that? Mid-80s, called Cities of Gold, and it was about finding those cities. It was cool. The Cities of Gold. Hope, do you remember that cartoon? It was my favorite. It was my favorite. Interesting. Yes, Pierre remembers it. That was great. I loved it. Anyway, little sidebar.
Paititi, City of the Caesars, Lake Parima, Manoa, Antilia, and Quivira. Today it's located around the Arkansas River in central Kansas. That's what they say anyway. And it was not a city of gold. And it was just a community of Wichita people. That's the official thing. So where do the stories come from? Well, from one of the historians, one of the expeditions, it says, in the year 1530, Nuno de Guzman, who was president of New Spain, had in his possession an Indian, one of the natives of the valley of Oxapar, who was called Tejo by the Spaniards. This Indian said he was the son of a trader who was dead, but that when he was a little boy, his father had gone into the back country with fine feathers to trade for ornaments, and that when he came back, he brought a large amount of gold and silver, of which there is a good deal in that country. He went with him once or twice and saw some very large villages, which he compared to Mexico and its environment. He had seen 7 very large towns which had their streets of silver workers. And there were also reports given by 4 shipwrecked survivors of the failed Narvaez expedition, which included this fellow here, another Spanish explorer, as well as a Moorish slave named Esteban Dorantes. And when they returned to New Spain, the adventurers said that they had heard stories from the natives about cities with great and limitless riches. So when we talk about the lost cities of gold, this is definitely connected. And of course, the official history is that when Coronado and his other adventurers arrived at Cibola in 1540, they couldn't find any gold, and it turned out all the stories had been made up. See from this map here of the Coronado expedition, we can see where he supposedly went and where he found out that it was all nonsense. The forum also provides a load of other pictures that show Quivira and its different locations that we're just going to have a quick peek at. This one here showing it on this corner. Here again, it reminds us that 1492, Christopher Columbus discovered America. Some of these are pretty bad quality, but again, it's over on this left-hand side. You can see they did believe it to be somewhere called the Anian Strait. So that's what they called the Bering Strait before, and they believed it was a lot more south than it actually is. But interestingly, which kind of goes against this whole notion, if you read this here, it says the indigenous of this region, after the manner of the Tartars, live in tents, having no cities. One more showing Quivira on the left, 1492 again. So it's quite interesting that that one thought it was 1592. I should probably let it go, but another one here. And again, this one says a similar thing in the corner. Here the people in groups through the plains, in company in that way, in tents, after the manner of the Tartars, and they lead a rustic life. So pretty poor English there, but basically the people here, they live in groups, and just like the Tartars, they live in tents and lead a nomadic lifestyle.
Muted. So remember he said before about the Tartars. I don't know. I don't think I'll sound it like boobs, but so we've been led to believe by history that that landmass, those people were nomadics. The Mongols, the Russians, all those people, but we know them as Tartarians now because obviously it's a fact. They said, no, they don't have any culture, no civilization, no history, no civilization. But actually they did. It was just destroyed, eliminated, and rewritten think, remember all those, excuse me, mosques and places of worship of the Muslims that were all destroyed in that time frame. It was at the start of this video. So here again, we've got people telling a story that's propagandized because no social media back here, but saying they've got nothing. They've got no buildings. They're just rustic people, when we know they weren't. Interesting. Shorty trying not to see chat. Yes.
Is what they're trying to suggest. And this one again, this one making it appear much more like Alaska or something, in my opinion. Looking, circle of Antarctica up here, looking way further north, because people hypothesized that it was down near California, possibly. And then, of course, looking inland, but Quivira definitely looking like it's on the coast. So that journey that they took, the expedition inland, no wonder they didn't find it, because I would say this looks more like Northwest America, getting much further up towards Alaska, which would make sense because of the migratory route that they would have taken over the Bering Strait. And another final picture. So yeah, you can see up here, we've got China, Cathay, the Mongol areas, missing.
I just have to pause for a minute, because when he said Alaska, it reminded me, and I'm sure, well, perhaps you all know of this. I didn't, but we're talking about giants and giant trees and Nephilim, and what's that term that they use to gaslight us when they say that when it's the human sort of tendency to see faces in things that aren't actually faces, but we seek that out. We find recognition. So I saw this. Let me see if I can get it. That's not stupid internet. No internet. A stupid bloody. I mean, I want to find a good one. Here we go. Wait. Pause. We're not watching all of this. Oh, wait, you can't see it. Share this tab instead. No, can you? Yes, you can. Hurrah. So I won't play it, but look at this. This is in Alaska. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, natural rock formation. Look at the title of the video down there underneath me. It says 15 natural formations that look like faces. Okay. And this goes back to Pierre's comment. I think this truly all amounts to a multi-century attempt to suppress the truth, to suppress truth and knowledge, but the truth always comes out in the end. Yes, that's a woman. Yeah, that's a woman. Absolutely. Let me, here you can see, I'd never seen it before. You can see, and then like there's, oh my God, the rabbit hole, the footprints in, like, I'm so sick of being gaslit. Don't believe your lying eyes. Yep. And you know those, okay, sidebar. Oh, what did I just press? Jeez Louise. You know, what was I going to say? You know those statues, beautiful, so realistic statues mostly in Italy, marble, right? Supposedly sculpted. But think about who's the goddess that would turn people to stone? Chat, help me out. Who's the goddess that would turn people into stone if she looked at you? What's her name? Medusa. Yes. So if we think about the fact that possibly all these ancient mythological stories and characters are actually real, and what if those statues, which are all around the time of Tartaria and dragons and shit, like before the fall of Tartaria, what if those sculptures, those statues are not sculpted by man's hand, but actual humans turned to stone? Don't even hope. If you want to go on the people turn to stone in rock formations rabbit hole, be my guest, because it's a fucking brain bender. I'm like, nothing is off the table anymore. I'm just saying. Once your eyes are open to this, nothing's off the table. Okay. Anyway, back to the thing. It just reminded me when he said Alaska, and I've been wanting to share that with you all for quite some time, but there was no real moment.
In quite a bit of Siberia, and that's because they just couldn't get up there. Don't forget, the Russians didn't make it to the edge of Kamchatka till about 1690. It was only after 1690 that you're ever going to see a map showing Kamchatka properly. By the official history, anyway. Up to you if you want to believe that. We can see this text talking about Quivera, saying the many different lost cities like Atlantis, lost continent of Mu, Kublai Khan, Xanadu, and it's basically saying the 7 cities of Kabul and Quivera they fall into the same category. It says it's a city born.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up, Xanadu. One of the best songs ever written. Hectic movie.
In the mind of Coronado's conquistadors through their greed for gold. The kingdoms of Quivera and Anian are located on maps of Western America, but they had no more existence in reality than Thor's Valhalla or the abode of the Olympian gods. That is the official line for Quivera, that these guys didn't exist. And before we move off of King Tartarak into the actual Mongol Tartar movements into America, we do have some decent stuff to look at, by the way, so make sure you do stick around. We're just going to have a look at this book, this Garden of the Gods, because I did find a mention of King Tartarak in here, which was quite cool. And it's just down here, Amateur Rodeo, 1910s, and it says, the 1910s brought an economic slump to the Colorado Springs. To offset this slump, some residents sought to draw tourist trade by staging a historical pageant about Indians and the 16th century activities of the conquistadors in New Mexico and of old King Tartarak of Quivera. So, King Tartarak.
Think about also, so he just said 1910, like the Great Depression, right? Came after. When was the Great Depression? After the Federal Reserve, after the Titanic, after income tax became all clustered together. But also it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Because who did all of that? Those bloodline families, the Jews. 1929. So we've seen a lot of 1929 dates in our images before. The beginning of this tonight's rabbit hole, 1928. There you go. So, okay. So that was after the World War, because the World War I ran the global economy into the ground. And whose war was that? It was the same war. The people wanting that war were the same people wanting World War II. Judea declares war on Germany, and the same people wanting this current World War. There was the First World War, the Second World War, and the Third World War, which is where we are now. And that was prophesized a long time ago. 3 world wars. 3. Yeah. So it's all fucking connected. I really wish some bigger voices would make this connection. Feel free to send this stream. Oh God, they probably wouldn't be able to tolerate my fucking chitter chatter. Share this out to any like big name accounts, creators, to get them talking about this. Like it's not stupid. It's not pie in the sky stuff. This is evidence based. We're just my interest is pulling together all the resources from various places to present it to you for my own interest, really, and for your interest. But it's not just it's not an isolated storyline. It's part of this big story. And I like I've said a million times, I spend all day, every day, immersed in all of the peripheral stuff that I'm talking about to link in here with current day, to explain a lot of this stuff. My own knowledge, I'm adding to it to add context. No one else has pulled this out. I'm really surprised. Anyway, carry on.
Of Quivera. Obviously, people point to the fact that Tartar Rex is like Tartar Rex, aka King of the Tartars. Tartar itself obviously sounds like Tartars.
by the media, right? But there's in the eschatology of the Talmudic tribe, it's three world wars. Yeah, you're right, Hope. Because creators on YouTube, yeah, I'm thinking more of the like the mainstream creators. There's no fucking way. But I'm thinking about the creators in the sphere that I turn in, which are this fringy kind of stuff, and also the YouTube, sorry, the Twitter, the big name Twitter accounts who are supposed truth tellers and truth seekers. There's not many genuine ones over there, to be frank, but I think that this could be the scoop that they might like to add a feather in their cap, and I'm more than happy to point them in the right direction, because I don't want. I mean, it'd be nice to get a shout out, but that's not the point. I think this is really important context and history, and it matters.
So that would be, King Tartar King, obviously trying to suggest that it's a mistranslation, and it's essentially just the Latin for King Tartar of Quivera. And the final King Tartarax is just an article from 1889. It talks all about Coronado going to find Cibola with his team, trying to go to the legendary city of gold. And we can see mentions of King Tartarax, that this realm of Quivera was ruled by the mighty monarch Tartarax, who lived in magnificent splendor, that gold was so common among these people as to be of little value, that they made utensils and farming implements, and that the monarch Tartarax and his subjects lived in splendor. Their warriors wore helmets and bore shields of gold. So yeah, this is apparently all in their heads. Somebody made this up and then they went looking for it, and it does mention Tartarax quite a bit. Just talking about the story, this is stuff that you can come and read for yourself if you want, because we don't need to go into it. It will just be talking about how they never found him. It is interesting that Tartarax was clearly a bigger part of the mythology in the 1800s, because most people won't hear about it now. And they're just talking about holding an event to basically stage the whole thing. King Tartarax, the Spanish, etc., etc. And it's what we saw in that last book that they were talking about, but a bit better than a rodeo. So just like the event in the 1910s that we saw in that book, The Garden of the Gods, they're talking about holding a similar event. And this guy's suggesting who they should have and play characters and stuff. So it was, like I say, if they're doing it in the 1910s and there's something in the 1890s, it was clearly part of the local mythology up until that point, which would be quite sad if it's been erased from the local memory. That's just, I think that's our last mention of Tartarax, or there was one more book actually. The last one just brings up Tartarax again in the secret cities of South America, and it's talking about... It is also added as a memory of a great cataclysm that when Quetzalcoatl vanished, the sun and moon were covered in darkness and only a single star remained in the sky.
Cataclysm.
Humboldt, in his examen, says that the Franciscan monk Mark Denise...
Sorry, I was just sending a message to Shelley. While Graham Hancock, I think, chooses to ignore some stuff, I think he has his niche, right? He does cover a lot of this stuff. He never ever once referenced Tartaria, and I've read all of his books many times. But he does talk about Atlantis, and he does talk about the cataclysms, and so if you're interested to be drawn into that Graham Hancock rabbit hole, it is very worthwhile. My understanding of things has evolved.
Crossed the 37th parallel, a line linking California with Virginia, seeking a bearded King Tartarax who adored a golden cross and the image of a woman called the Lady of Heaven, which usually would suggest Mary. So this next book that we're going to come to is the great events in the history of North and South America from the alleged discovery of the continent by the Northmen in the 10th century to the present time. Now, of course, that's referring to Leif Erikson and the Northmen, the Viking-type people who came over in the 10th century rather than Christopher Columbus. And that is it.
There you go, Pierre. He's doing the proper stuff.
1851. So it is quite interesting that people were quite aware of Leif Erikson, yet we still have Columbus Day. Why not Erikson Day? Why we came to this book is just for one little mention down here. The book obviously is talking about the ways in which America could have been populated. And it says, Dr. Swinton, author of many parts of the universal history, after stating the different opinions of various authors who have advocated in favor of the dispersed people, the Phoenicians and other Eastern nations, observes that therefore the Americans in general were descended from a people who inhabited a country not so far distant from them as Egypt and Phoenicia. One will, as we apprehended, readily admit. Now, no country can be pitched upon so proper and convenient for this purpose as the northeastern part of Asia, particularly Great Tartary, Siberia, and more especially the peninsula of Kamchatka. That probably was the tract through which many Tartarian colonies passed into America and peopled the most considerable part of the New World. So, of course, he's saying that right here, the Tartarian colonies, very interesting, Tartarian colonies passed into America. So 1851, they're trying to suggest that. And, of course, it was actually a widely accepted thing that the Indians were Tartars, which isn't as much of a generalized statement as you might think, because we actually classify humans into three types, essentially white, black, and brown. And the Mongoloid, is that race classification. Anybody from Asia is essentially classified as that. So the North Americans do fall under that category and that classification. Our next source is from the historical collections of the Indians in New England, and it's provided, I think, for the king.
I just had to fill up my water. Sorry about that. I didn't drink nearly enough yesterday while we were deep engrossed in conversation on our call-in stream. So I'm trying to stay hydrated today. So interesting. So he said the Indians. He means the indigenous people, the actual inhabitants of North America were Tartarians, and like Pierre's been saying, those indigenous people know all of this stuff. They hold this knowledge in their what's the word? Brain fart, not mythology, in their storytelling, their dream time, we'd call it here in Australia for the Indigenous Australians.
At the time, Charles II, around the 1600s, we will see. So it'll be from Charles's collection. And this interesting bit down here.
You,
secondly, another apprehension is that the original of these Americans is from the
Thank you. Yes, life artist. Oral history. That's it. Storytelling, oral history.
Tartars or Scythians that live in the northeast parts of Asia, which some good geographers conceive is nearly joined unto the northwest parts of America, and possibly a one continent, or at least separated by some narrow gulf. And they were correct, of course, with the Bering Strait. And the Bering Strait is so small; it's smaller than some crossings of the English Channel, some sections, and you can stop. You've got a pair of islands right in the middle that you can stop on and then make the next leap of the journey. You could do it in a canoe very easily. But it goes on to just talk about how they are very like the Scythian people in color, shape, and manners. But it does actually say about sheep, horses, and camels and other tame beasts that are not found in America among the Indians. So that literally is the question they pose there. They say, if this people be sprung from the Tartarian or Scythian people, as this nation asserts, so these people do seem to assert, I think the Indians themselves must have asserted it, then it is to me a question why they did not attend the known practice of that people, who, in all of their removes and plantations, take with them their kine, sheep, horses, and camels, and the like tame beasts. And of these sorts and kinds of beasts used by the Tartars, none were found in America among the Indians. This is it's a different version of the same document we saw earlier that just essentially says the same thing. Probably was the tract with which many of the Tartarian colonies passed into America, aka, through Kamchatka, from Great Tartaria, Siberia. This is not to be denied. It's the most rational way of getting inhabitants into America, if it must be allowed that it was peopled from the old world. So they're saying if the, America was peopled from our world, because America's the new world, the old world, then they must have come through there because it's the shortest distance. And that just makes sense. Another one going...
that also makes sense, right? So Tartaria, is often referenced as in the US buildings, the architecture stuff. It's sort of old world / Tartaria. Tartarian is interchangeable in terms of what you reference it. That makes sense that also America was called the New World. and the New World Order. Um, hmm, hmm.
From about 1820. So yeah, it's the American Indian Origin Theories as of 1820 by Samuel Mitchell. We'll see the paper covers new ground in showing that Professor Samuel Mitchell, formerly of Columbia College, had concluded that two main groups of people once dominated the Americas, the Tartars of Northern Asia and the Australasians of the Polynesian Islands. Furthermore, they fought one another for many years, culminating in great battles of extermination in what later became upstate New York. This New York theory has much in common with the Book of Mormon. The book then carries on to talk about a rumor of a Portuguese Jew that went around and of Antonio Montesinos, who claimed that he had been led of God to discover a holy people, a tribe of ancient Jews in the mountains of Nueva Granada in 1641, basing his claim on similarities of sacramental rites, customs, and languages between this group and those of ancient Jews. Many people of the day turned to the respected Rabbi Manasseh to confirm or reject him. Sensing this opportunity to advance the cause of his people, Manasseh ben Israel published in 1650 his famous Hope of Israel, in which he strongly argued in favor of the lost tribes in America, claiming that they had mingled with Tartaric or Asian tribes in ancient Scythia before coming to America. Presenting remarkably little hard or new evidence, he nevertheless capitalized upon the renewed controversy to show that God's ancient people, the Jews, had indeed been scattered and dispersed to the four quarters of the earth. Another man known as Antonio de la Calancha, writing in the early 17th century, also posited that the Indians had descended from the Tartars of Eastern Asia. Likewise, the great English observer Edward Brerewood advanced the Acostan tradition, arguing for a Tartarian origination via Alaska, since most Indians frequented the west coasts of the Americas. Other men during the same period, such as David Zeisberger, John Heckelwelder, Caspar Wistar, Pierre de Ponco, and Benjamin Smith Barton, all argued for the Tartaric origin of the Indians, for the Bering Strait theory, and for a common original language. In 1795, Professor Samuel Mitchell of Columbia College returned to his lifelong interest in the origins of the Indians, and he began to formulate his threefold interpretation of American Indian origins and history. Number one, that the three races of Malays, Tartars, and Scandinavians contributed to make up the American population. That the Tartars eventually
Damn, I wanted to look at that photo. We're up to 10346. I'm going back by 4 seconds. Fingers crossed, chat. Oh, look at that. I just did it like that. Wow. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. So he's saying that the indigenous American people, the original folks, are a combination of these three set of peoples. I can see that. I can see that. Shelly. Well, maybe she'll be a bit more chill.
the American population, that the Tartars eventually overwhelmed and destroyed the other two races over a fairly long period of time, and finally, that the final battles of extermination were fought in upstate western New York, not too far from the south of Lake Ontario. Mitchell began teaching college classes in 1816, saying that both North and South America had been formerly populated fundamentally by two great races, not only the Hyperborean or inhabitants of the North, but also the Australasian or inhabitants of the South, the former Tartars, and the latter Malays and Polynesians.
Look how bloody far away we are. For fuck's sake. The poor little forgotten Australians. I have questions about the North Pole and Antarctica. Oh, by the way.
It's interesting to note that he is equating the northern people, the Tartars, with the Hyperboreans. His reason for claiming the North American Indians' ancestors were the Tartars were based on four factors: the similarity of their physical features, the affinity of their languages, the corresponding customs, and the kindred nature of American Indian dogs to those found in Siberia. Mitchell claims that all was going well with the Polynesian derivative of peoples until their confrontation with the encroaching Tartars. Colliding with both the Europeans and the more delicate race of Australasians, the Tartars overwhelmed and destroyed both peoples in a long series.
Okay. I should have just kept reading, Lisa. I mean, I don't know where anything is. I know up here. I know what's up there, y'all. This, okay. Huh. I bet you that looks a bit different to different boundaries now, huh? Or are they similar? I don't know my American map well enough at all. Shelley, that's pretty cool. I was born right up here. Steph, you said you live by Lake Ontario right here, right? Oh, you can't see it now. This right here. I was born in Hamilton, Ontario, which is I think about yep, guessing. Not similar. There it is. Ah. Steph, I've been trying to teach you about boundaries, all of us, for the longest time. We've got this. Boundaries are the most important self care you can do for yourself, obviously, self care.
Series of terrible conflicts centered primarily in upstate New York. As China, Hindustan, Palestine, Greece, Italy, and the shores of Africa have been conquered by the swarms which preceded numberless times, so have Canada, the regions bordering on the Missouri, the lakes, the Mississippi, the Ohio, and the countries where New Spain and its intendancies now are, quite to Mexico, been subdued by hordes of savage adventurers from beyond the Arctic Circle. He went on to ask, what has become of these Australasians?
Pause.
And answered,
There we go. Greenland. Apparently, the orange one needs Greenland. I mean, is it for the natural resources? Or is it for the proximity to the North Pole? That's a good question, isn't it? Oh, you can't even see my cursor. Beyond the ice wall. There we go. I don't know what what is that? Quasi-quati. I like the word. Put it in the list, Steph. Quasi-quati. That's a bloody good word. Yes, the ice wall, which is why they stopped allowing airships because the airships could float up easily and safely and look to the ice wall. Oh my God. Same as the Grand Canyon. Oh my God. Nothing to do with safety. Absolutely nothing. Shiza. This is so cool. I love
they
it
have
so much.
probably been overcome by the more warlike and ferocious hordes that entered our hemisphere from the northeast of Asia. These Tartars of the higher latitudes have issued from the great hive of nations and desolated, in the course of their migrations, the southern tribes of America, as they have done to those of Asia and Europe. The greater part of the present American natives are the Tartar stock, the descendants of the hardy warriors who destroyed the weaker Malays that preceded them.
Oh, I missed it again. Yeah, I love this.
Mitchell's work was accepted by Uzziah Priest, whose work we've actually seen in this video, The American Antiquities and Discoveries in the West, which was published in Albany, New York in 1833. Although providing for the inclusion of vestiges of the lost tribes in parts of ancient America via an ancient land bridge with Africa, Priest believes the Tartars, in Hun-like fashion, completely destroyed the more southerly people, who left behind some 3,000 burial mounds and fortifications in present-day Ohio, Indiana, and
Oh my God, the Ohio snake mound. You have to read America Before by Graham Hancock. It is so good. It's so good. It's on Audible, narrated by Graham Hancock. You all will have your minds fucking blown. I swear to God, you have to read it. And Peer and Loops, you both should read Visionary by Graham Hancock. I believe it's his most recent book. I haven't looked to see whether he's written any, published any since. Visionary is all about ayahuasca, DMT, psilocybin. It's a fucking great book. They're both amazing books. All of his books are great. He's got one called The Ark of the Covenant. But the Ohio, these mounds, it's wild. Yes. Yes, because they're the Tartars. Ah! This is tragic. This is the ultimate genocide, isn't it? Can you see why I've been crying and crying and crying? Like I well up with tears, not necessarily crying, but like lump in my throat, tears in my eyes about this. And that's before I've been making the connections. Another full body shiver. It's no wonder, really, that the normies, the people that aren't awake, the non-noticers, don't even consider any of this. Because, like, cracking open the doors, like I've been doing, and we've been doing, some of us for longer than others, we're all on a different part in our journey. Totally goosebumps. Was that the link to the Amazon to America before? It's very good. Oh my God, all these books are amazing. This is the magnitude of this erasure is catastrophic. And I don't think, I'm not sure. I don't know. This guy's as close as it's getting, and he's not even making the current links. I don't know when this was produced. He doesn't know. He's not. He can't make the links to what's going on now. He's made no World War II references. No world. There's been like allusions to dates in the timeline as being, contemporary to those eras. Holy shit. Holy shit. How Can We Sleep While Our Beds Are Burning? That one. I saw Midnight Oil in concert in early 1990, just after the earthquake, Newcastle earthquake. I wasn't really a big Midnight Oil fan, but they were pretty good.
Illinois. The skeletons found in our mounds never belonged to a people like our Indians, he asserted. Their foreheads were low, cheekbones rather high. We think we ascertain the inhabitants to have been white, like the Europeans, calling the more civilized people the Aries. He believed they were so exterminated by the Tartars or Scythians.
Also, fun fact, Iran, like Iran is called Iran because they are the true Aryans. So, loops, I'll see or tell Ian Malcolm about this, and I'll raise it. The Browns, the Muslims, that all of the white supremacists loathe and misunderstand with intent, and hold accountable for the mass migration that is fueled by a plan thanks to the Jewish supremacists, that the true Aryans, the reason it's called Iran is because the etymology is Aryan Iran, which is the Tartarians.
That but one member of the nation, a warrior, remained. That's quite interesting that they believe them to be white. The Welsh supposedly migrated as well to the New World in about 560 AD, supposedly, under Prince Madoc. So that would be quite interesting. And they moved to the Ohio regions, and there's lots of evidence of the Welsh there. So that is quite curious. Maybe the Tartars were the ones that killed the Welsh in America. King Arthur himself was said to have sailed to the New World, where he was then killed by an Indian, by a native. And if that's a Tartar, that's a bit of a spin on the story. But we won't go into that today. The next mention of American Tartary is actually rather curious. It's talking about America. It's a British letter. It's a letter going back to Britain. It's talking about the colonies. And they're talking about the cause of resistance. And it says the other cause of resistance is the prodigious expansion of the back settlements. Many of the people in the back settlements are already little attached to particular situations. They've already topped the Appalachian Mountains. From thence they behold before them an immense plain, one vast, rich, level meadow, a square of 500 miles. Over this they would wander, without a possibility of restraint. And surely, sir, it is impossible for us to restrain them. Undoubtedly, they will wander wherever they choose to do. They would soon change their manners with the habits of their life. They would soon forget a government by which they were disowned. They would become hordes of English Tartars, and pouring down upon your unfortified frontiers a fierce and irresistible cavalry, become masters of your governors and councillors, your collectors and controllers, and of all the slaves that adhered to them. So it's suggesting that the people that weren't living inside the colonies, the ones that started moving west, they would become like the Tartars, and that they would destroy the colonies. And the response we get back is obviously, thanks, sir. Thank you for these kind prophetic declarations. And down here it says, for indeed, whether the colony was placed in Asiatic or in American Tartary, the folly and absurdity of pretending to govern such a colony, and to make it subservient to the purposes of British commerce would be just the same. Nature opposes it, as you justly observe, and nature will be obeyed. So they're saying...
Also, I want to draw to your attention the fact that with the indigenous people, the Indians, it was a treaty, right? So a treaty is a deal, is a handshake, right? There's a guy that comes into Albert's spaces. I cannot live without these spaces. So good, but he's a indigenous. I think he's a Lakota man. But anyway, and he reminds us of that. Like this, they weren't. It wasn't a conquest, according to their oral history, and not also include according to the documentation. It was a treaty. A treaty is a deal. So this makes sense. They still they're still despicable fucking colonization, and I hate the evil of colonialism. I hate it. I hate the mindset behind it. But right on brand for these motherfuckers. Those who should not be named, the Talmudic tribe. So this makes sense. He's saying, like, don't try to rule these people. That's what this letter is saying. Don't try to rule them. Wherever you went, the Tartars are strong people, basically, in Asiatic or American Tartary. Best make a deal than try to conquer. White people absolutely fucking suck. I hate the colonial mindset. I hate it. I mean, none of us would be where we are without it. But I think there's a difference between colonization, which is conquest, and eliminate, right? And I mean, there's almost no genetic birth lines, DNA strands that haven't interbred. God, terrible. Yeah, it's not color, it's mindset. Exactly, the colonialist mindset. You're right.
Look, whether we put a colony in Asiatic or in American Tartary, it'll be the same. It'll be absurd because nature is against it. They're too far away and they'll destroy us. So it's very curious that they're calling American Tartary. That's the bit, is why are they calling it American Tartary? This is one of the only, if not the only mention properly of American Tartary that we can actually find. There's only a couple. If you'd like to find that book, by the way, there's actually a better version that you have to borrow, unfortunately, but you can borrow it for an hour. But you can find it on Internet Archive. Josiah Tucker, a selection from his economic and political writings. And you can find that section right there. That's up there. So if you want to find that for yourself, you can do. You can also come to this called The Ancient Chinese Account of the Grand Canyon or the Course of the Colorado. It's a 44-page book, so we will definitely not be reading it. But essentially, it goes into how the ancient Mexicans likened North America to a tree, a stupendous mulberry tree planted in the land known to us today as South America. The Chinese geographers or mythologists teach at a distance of 10,000 miles to the east, there is a land over 3,000 miles in width. Now, the land referred to as must be North America. And we know that North America reaches 3,000 miles in width from the Pacific to the Atlantic. And the Chinese accounts further call our eastern realm a Fusang, or mulberry. A mulberry land is there, say the Chinese. The mulberry land is here, say the Mexicans. Like the Mexicans, the Chinese sages declare that there is an enormous tree, the Fu, or helpful sang tree, in the eastern mulberry land, 3,000 miles wide. As just remarked, the Chinese call their enormous tree a sang, and the Mexicans call their tree a beb, both terms standing for the mulberry. Observe in figure 2, and she's over here, at Tehantepec, a little west of Yucatan, our continent narrows down to a width of 100 miles.
That's Florida.
The Mexicans say that North America is a...
That's Florida. As if that's not Florida. Or is it the wrong part? Yeah, that's North America, isn't it? All the way over. Oh my God, where's my mouse gone? Where did my mouse just go? It didn't just die. That's crazy talk. Wait. Oh, what's it doing? Oh, maybe it's because of my mouse pad. Also, Camp Shorty mouse pads are amazing. This is, disappearathon. They're so beautiful. I love mine so much. If I needed another mouse pad, I would buy a second one with a different design. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. Silk is made from mulberry trees. I have a mulberry. It's the silkworm. I used to have silkworms as a child. Wesley's down south. We can tell from your accent, Loops. Silk is made from silkworms. There's a mulberry tree right behind me. The motherfuckers cut it down at the end of last. I don't know. It was lopped, and it was suddenly. It's only small. But yeah, the silkworms eat the mulberry leaves, and then they spin their cocoons with silk. It's beautiful, and then they come out, and they're silk. Yes, silkworms are involved. Technicalities, pish posh, and then yes, it's the best. Silkworms are amazing. Kids don't do that shit anymore. Okay, so there, Florida. I didn't see the words, Simi. I was talking about this. Is it? Oh, you can't see my cursor. I was talking about that. I thought that was Florida, but here's Florida with the F for Florida. Smart ass. Thanks, love. Okay. This is so interesting. I love it so much. Thank you, everyone, for being here and begs the chat's indulgence. I love you all so much.
Tree, and that it has correspondingly an enormous trunk, which at Tehuantepec measures 100 miles. Now, the Chinese writers declare that the enormous mulberry in the region east of the Flowery Kingdom has a trunk of 300 li, or 100 miles. A mulberry tree with a trunk of 300 li is there, say the Chinese. A mulberry tree with a trunk of 300 li is here, say the Mexicans. So you can already see the connections between the Fusang and the Chinese, and if you want to read this book for yourself, you can do. We might go into this for a video for itself, because it is very interesting, but I just wanted to bring this up, this connection here. The Chinese clearly knew about America. And once again, if you'd like to read this, here it is. You can find it on archive.org. Very easy. It was published in 1913, Ancient Chinese Account of the Grand Canyon. So if you want to read that, go ahead and do so.
I wonder if I could find this creator's channel. It must be on Rumble or perhaps Odyssey. Is another platform which I might we'll see. I think Rumble's proving to be pretty good in terms of censorship zero or copyright bullshit. I'd love to watch some of his other stuff, right? It's fascinating. He's doing our research for us.
Now, talking of Uzziah Priest that we did before, we can see his what he says down here. As it respects some of the ancient nations who may have found their way hither, as into America, we perceive a strong probability that not only Asiatic nations, very soon after the flood, of course the biblical flood is what they believe in, but also all along the different eras of time, different races of men, Polynesians, Malays, Australasians, Phoenicians, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Israelites, Tartars, Scandinavians, Danes, Norwegians, Welsh, and Scottish have colonized different parts of the continent. And Uzziah Priest also believed that before the flood, America was actually the country of Noah. It was where the ark was erected, and it was possibly where giants were in the biblical references. This book, another source on, so it's just talking about Tartarax in early 1541. Coronado set out to find it, told of new and even more dazzling stories of Quivira. To the northeast, there was a river 7 miles wide. Within its depths were huge fish as large as horses. Tartarax, the ruler, slept in a garden of roses under a tree with thousands of golden bells, and even the pots and pans were made of gold. So it's stuff. I think they're just trying to make it sound ridiculous, to be honest. But that's that. Again, if you want to find that, you can do. So this guy was traversing America, and when he got to this bit, so we'll read from here. This forest ends just before you reach the Wabash, and from thence to the Mississippi, a distance of 80 miles, all is prairie or meadow. Here commences the American Tartary, bearing in all respects a strong resemblance to the Asiatic. He describes it, and below says, in all these features, we recognize a likeness to the ancient Tartary, which would be entire and complete, could we see its natives metamorphosed into horsemen. Obviously, because the Indians were supposedly not the same level of horsemen as ancient Tartary. The reason that this is conflicting is because there are different documents printed of this same text. And in some of the texts, this word here, this one, has been replaced with an. So it says, here commences an American Tartary. So this is where the confusion will come in. because they say, oh no, he was saying it's an American Tartary because it looks like Tartary. To him, he got there and he's like, wow, this to me just looks like Tartary. However, some texts will say the American Tartary, which again, is it referring to the American Tartary or is it the American Tartary that guy referred to? And that's all up for debate. So it's up to you to decide. I've not been able to decide for myself. It could be either way. I'm not sure which ones have come first because obviously all the books are reprints. It's very confusing with
Pogue, I don't know his name. I don't think there. I think that I believe. Wait, my mouse. Maybe my mouse isn't charged. I absolutely charged it. I believe. Like at the start, there was no "Hi, I'm so and so." Nothing. I haven't watched this through. There's no credit given on the post. I might comment on the post after and say, "Hey, do you know who the creator, what's the video credit? I'd like to watch more of his stuff." Alternatively, at the end, sometimes creators will put an outro, like something. So we'll see. But at this point, he's just anon. This man is quite the researcher. It seems criminal almost to not know who he is.
which one that is. Right, as far as texts go, this is actually the most interesting because it's just so left field. It's got some information that just doesn't really make sense, doesn't jive with what we know as history, and it's just kind of confusing. I'm not sure exactly why it's written this way, and I'll show you. So this is the book. If you want to find it, give it a pause and search for that. Or the easiest way to find it actually would just to be type in Hokata Tartary or something on Google. But if you really struggle, ask me and I'll post a link. So for reference, who Hokata is, by the way, Ogdai Khan. So once again, this book is talking about America. It mentions how all the areas of Tartary are on the same latitudes as America and it'd be easy to cross over. And of course it says, here too may be added that Asia hath no territory anywhere which may more easily with numerous colonies supply America than this part of Tartary, as well for the vastness of the country, to which no other can compare. As for the increasing of the inhabitants, who do not admire that according to Michaelan Lithauer, there is scarce a city in Tartary that boasted less than 1,000 temples. So wow, according to this Michaelan bloke, there aren't many cities in Tartary that have less than 1,000 temples. And to see Kanguista, which is Genghis Khan, first king of Tartary, Genghis, first king of Tartary, about the year 1200 in our...
Actually, Genghis Khan was a ranger. He was a redhead. So this is this image is orientalized by the propagandists. And it's not what he looked like. He was a redhead. There were redhead Tartars. I can't not. Every time he says Tartars, I'm with you all on it.
Successor Hokata, following his father's bloody footsteps.
Also, look at his teardrop. He's the guy that killed all the people, right? I wonder if jailbirds get that tattoo there. I wonder if it's from this. Could be. Anything's on the table these days, right?
Steps, whilst he prepared his sons with 3 vast armies. The eldest son, Jachi, marched westward with 30,000 horse. Batu, drew with as great an army towards the north. And Toglade, being the youngest, fell into the Moors country above Egypt. Now this is where it gets really weird. Hokata himself marched victoriously into the North America, subdued great parts of the Persian kingdom, and beat the Turks, led by the general Goniata with a great army in 1241. It's saying that Hokata marched into North America. I've been able to find no other references whatsoever for this, but it's saying he marched into North America. He's saying he subdued the greatest parts of the Persian kingdom and beat the Turks. I don't think it's necessarily saying that those took place in North America, even though it could seem that way. Just by the process of the chronological layout, you'd think that he's gone into North America, then he's subdued the Persian kingdom, and then he's beat the Turks. I don't think it's saying that. I think it's saying that he did those 3 things separately. However, what a very strange thing to say that he went into North America.
Pause. I wasn't concentrating. I have to scoop back a tiny bit. No, I can't. There's no back by 10 seconds. This is not Graham Hancock. Loops is behind by, I think, about 10 minutes when I was talking about Graham Hancock. This is a very good question. Pia, stop it. Hope, Jot it down on your rabbit hole list. Does tartan plaid have anything to do with Tartaria? It feels like a coincidence. Not, because the etymology of words, the origin of words, that's way too similar, man. Maybe he'll get to it. my brain. Yeah. Tito tata tutu tutu tuato. I've been to Scotland. It's amazing. I've been to Loch Ness. It's fucking stunning. Beautiful. Like beautiful. Word origins. Yes. Hi, Brit. I know you've been here, but hi again. You're all good, Loops. I understand. As soon as you exit out of things, it scoots you back by 10 seconds. If you're coming in and out 10 seconds. It's tricky when you're in mod. If you get out, you got to continuously remember to catch up to real time. Oh, good.
It carries on as Jacob Placensis and Benedictus Sarmats, 2 monks sent by the Pope Innocent Hecata witness. The great number of the Tartars or Scythians may appear by the several people spread far and near over Tartary. It mentions a load of them that I'm not going to bother listing, but it mentions a lot of the tribes like the Hyperborean, the Khmeri, the Georgi, the Sakuras, and it says what number would the inhabitants make up, that live in America. And again, it mentions some places like Virginia, Florida, New Spain, Guatemala, and it's saying what many of these would live there. It would be worth our time to compare the likeness between the Scythians and the Northern Americans. And yeah, it just goes on to talk about how they are very similar. But the most interesting thing, of course, being Hecata. Hecata marched into North America around 1241, according to this document. Once again, for reference, I came to this book just to make sure that, it talks about Hecata here, it talks about Changus, and then chosen.
When was the official Dark Ages? I want to say, and I have no idea, I'm going to Google it. I want to say that the Dark Ages was between the 1100s. No, it was the 900s, wasn't it? I'm going to Google. I'm going to keep watching it. It feels like 411. Are you being sensible? Or is that just beer? Drunkeny. Dark Ages. I'll Google it because it feels like this all here, this book here is saying that there's pretty well documented, in this one book, history of a consistent occupation of, okay, is it? Oh my God. So I'm out. So why isn't this stuff part of the narrative? Oh, I'm just answering my own questions because it can't be part of the narrative. It can't be that the New World conquerors weren't the first. That doesn't suit the narrative, does it, of a brave new world, and that we conquered the Aborigines, the Indians. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you for learning me. Everyone.
By subjects, he caused Hecata his eldest son to be crowned king. So there's Hecata, and down here we can see Hecata, i.e. Ogadai or Oktai. So we know who that is. Now, onto this book, which has some interesting information up here. We can see in 1380, one of the naval squadrons of the great Tartar conqueror Kublai Khan, which sailed to invade Japan, was wrecked on the western coast of South America. The shipwrecked mariners thereupon, through some unspecified turn of the wheel of fortune, founded the Empire of Peru. And we'll return to this document, which is the one we talked about before, the Uzziah priest one with the Mongols and their appearing, because this one is, it mentions a little bit more in detail about that landing on Peru, just a little bit. And Uzziah priest is the one that we heard about, who based all his work on Mitchell, but it does have this information. So it says, a cross made of fine marble, beautifully polished, about 3 feet high and 3 fingers in width and thickness, was found in an Indian temple. This, it appears, was kept as sacred in a palace of one of the Incas and was held in great veneration by the natives of South America. When the Spaniards conquered that country, they enriched this cross with gold jewels and placed it in the Cathedral of Cusco. But how came this emblem of Christianity in America? There were in the service of the Mongols in the 13th century many Nestorians, a sect of Christians, which we've heard about before. And the kingdom of Prester John was supposedly a Nestorian kingdom founded in the northeast, and Genghis Khan had a war with Uncham, who controlled it, and obviously won, and then in some stories even married his daughter. The conqueror of the king of Eastern Bengal was a Christian, which was in 1272. Under this king, a part of an expedition was sent to conquer the islands of Japan. In large Chinese vessels, and supposed to have been commanded by these Christian Nestorians as officers, being more trustworthy and more expert in warlike maneuvers than the Mongol natives. This expedition by some means found their way from the Japan Islands, which are west from North America, to the coast of America in the same latitude, and landed at a place called in the Mexican language Culcan, opposite New California. And obviously Culcan, you can see where that might come from. And then it says in 1273,
Did you hear him say New California? That's pretty cool. I have one too, Shelley. It's in my work bag. So cool. I have used it outside of work. I'm not ever at work, but still.
Kublai, as in Kublai Khan, a Mongol emperor, it appears, became master of all China. At that time, they were in the possession of the knowledge of shipbuilding, so that vessels of enormous size were constructed by them. They were solidly and conveniently made as to carry elephants on the decks. The Peruvians had a tradition that many ages before their conquest by the Spaniards, there landed on their coast at St. Helens Point vessels manned with giants, having no beard, and were taller from their knees downward than a man's head, and they had long hair, which hung loose upon their shoulders, and that their eyes were wide apart and very big in other parts of their bodies. This description is supposed to be a description of the elephants and the riders blended into one animal, as they did in later years when the Spaniards rode on horses. They took them at first to be one animal. There remains not a doubt that the Mongol Tartars found their way from China to the west of America in shipping. The voyage is not so great as to render it impossible, as that a French vessel in the year 1721 sailed from China and arrived at a place called Val de Nandras on the coast in 50 days. The Phoenician...
I feel like we need a chart. I feel like we need a demonstrative. What do you think? A Georgia Kappelman demonstrative. That'd be amazing. A Ms. What the fuck demonstrative.
Letters were known among the Mongol nations. If therefore they found their way to South America, we at once account for the Phoenician characters found in caverns and cut into rocks of that country. A description of what is supposed a Chinese Mongol town to the west, called by themselves when first visited by the Spaniards Talameco, is exceedingly curious and situated on the bank of a river running into the Pacific from the territory now called Oregon, only 4 degrees south of Lake Erie, and in longitude 87, or exactly west of Ohio in latitude. It was well built and contained 500 houses, some of which are large and show well at distance. So we'll leave that document there because there's so much to go through, and we'll probably cover it in another video if we remember to. But that is just collating all the evidence that, you know, it seems like Mongols and the Chinese definitely went into southern America and into Mexico and North America. That's definitely what it's looking like. This next document I want to have a look.
Pause. So maybe when they say the Chinese built the railway in America, right? Yes. You know, the best kind of lies have got a kernel of truth in them, right? So maybe, yes, they got the China to build the railways, but they didn't get them to. Maybe those original Chinese people built the railways, the Tartarian Chinese people. So it's not a lie, it's just the timing's off. I'm not sure about Mexico being North America, Stephanie. I don't know much. Could be. My brain, I guess, isn't it South America? No. Sorry. Every time anyone says China, I think of stupid Donald Trump saying China. Somebody Google it. I need a timeline. Right, Pierre? This is a lot. Like, it's good. But it's a lot. I hadn't watched this. I couldn't have begun to imagine how good this was going to be. I know we waded through some serious Great Wall of China stuff before, but this is very cool. North America, thank you, Life Artist. As far as landmass goes, you all are so smart. Look at us learning together.
It actually comes from a Pulp Fiction magazine released in
Oh.
1947, I believe. Yeah, 1947. So just once again, this is a Pulp Fiction magazine. It's still very interesting.
So just remember the CIA document, I think did they say it was drafted in 1950 at the very beginning? That was a lot of information ago. But so there's still reference to it in 1947. And then the CIA document was unclassified in 1996, I believe. Maybe 1999. I think it was 99. So that's pretty standard. 50 years, documents is classified like that. We are wicked smart. I can't do it anymore. Wicked smart. Smart. There it is. Smart. Boston.
But it's Pulp Fiction, because this kind of text out of context, you could really use it for your own advantage. You could really help paint a false narrative with it. But it is Pulp Fiction. But the reason it's interesting is because what it says. This in this person's story, which was printed in the magazine in 1947, they start talking about entering a room, and the character has entered this room, large room with a window overlooking the sea, and he sees a map on one of the walls, but such a map that they'd never seen. So it's a very large map, and it was a map of the world, but a world which was a combination of the ancient and the modern. And it says Macedonia and Greece rubbed elbows, one as large as the other. The United States was called American Tartary. Russia was the land of the Khan of Greater Russia. Siberia of Lesser Russia. Germany was called Teutonia. China bore its ancient name Cathay, and Japan was part of it. So I found that very curious that a fiction writer has come up with this. So they must have had some kind of information, unless they just it was pure chance. But I just found that really curious that they put that in. So 1947. Can you imagine that map? American Tartary, Russia with the land of the Khan of Greater Russia, and Lesser Russia with Siberia. So the Khan of Siberia, which that was a real thing, the Khanate of Siber. It fell in about 1584. So just to show you what I was talking about before when we looked at the document that said about here commences the American Tartary, bearing in all respects a strong resemblance to the Asiatic, if you remember that. Well, to show you what I meant, we come to this document, which was released at a similar time. This one is 1807. And this one, in fact, says it's essentially the same thing. From the Wabash to the Mississippi, a space of 80 miles. There are nothing but savannas. And in reality, here commences an American Tartary. An American Tartary. So you can see how if it's an instead of the American Tartary, then that can really change the context of what you're trying to say. So that's important that we remember that, because that simple word change can mean a big difference in what they're trying to suggest. Back to Uzziah Priest's book, and we can see this.
So do you think his inference there is that the American Tartary suggests one, singular, where an American Tartary suggests multiple, more than one? Yes, obviously. But yes. Okay. I'm with you. Oh, look at us, chat. We've only got about 25 minutes left to go. 20 less. I can drag that shit out.
This interesting thing here, it says, from all we can make out by observing the growth of timber with that which is decayed, as found on the deserted works of the West, we are inclined to believe that about the same period of time when Europe was overrun by the northern hordes, that the region now called the United States, where the ancient inhabitants had fixed their abode, was also overrun by northern hordes from towards Bering Strait, who had in ages before got across from Asia, the Tartars or Scythians, and had multiplied, and as they multiplied, progressed farther and farther southerly, till they discovered an inhabited country, populous and rich, upon whom they fell with all the fury of Attila and the Huns. So we can only assume that that's suggesting when the northern hordes, as in the golden hordes, were falling upon Europe around the 12 to 1300s, that the hordes that...
So that's the Dark Ages. I'm choking on my realization. There it is. Okay.
Were placed in the Alaskan regions and had crossed into the northern parts of Canada and moved south. They actually started moving south now and they fell upon the inhabitants of America. That's actually seems to be suggesting this is a recent thing. This is why it's debatable. Europe has been overrun a couple times by hordes, so you could suggest that it's actually talking about the hordes of Attila the Hun, as it mentioned here, in which case that would put it at about 400, 500 AD. However, it could be talking about the Mongol hordes, which did overrun parts of Europe, although it didn't overrun all of Europe. So possibly that's it. As the Tartars have overrun China, so the Aztecs subdued Mexico. As the Huns and Alans desolated Italy, so the Chippewas and the Iroquois prostrated the populous settlements on both banks of the Ohio. The surviving race in these terrible conflicts between the different nations of the ancient native residents of North America is evidently that of the Tartars. This article coming from the New York
I can't with every time he says Tartars. Pierre says, my stepdad has a strange map that's really old and he's always considered it a folly. I want another look. If you get another look, could you please take a photo or of some photos for us? Yes. Yes.
Weekly Museum from 1817. We can see up here, it says domestic manufactures, the pieces of goods prepared by the American Tartars and presented to Dr. Mitchell by Captain Richard Whitley, late of the US Army, are full of instruction. So American Tartars, quite interesting. It goes on to talk about Tartars and some of the references to them, like over here. It brings up what we talked about before with Dr. Mitchell and his points about the Tartars. So that just shows in 1817, it's in this newspaper, talks about the more cultivated Malays who peopled from southern parts of North America, formed the famous records discovered in New Spain.
I know I've said this a lot, but we have never heard any of this. Pierre has. Look, just like scattered around, like sprinkled around like Canton taillight fairy shit. All those references to Tartars in the New York Weekly Museum, a newspaper. That's fucking crazy. They just scrubbed all of it, or they tried to. And this man found it.
The ruder Tartars who migrated to the northern regions of the same continent are the authors of the fabrics, not less curious, but in a totally different style, now under consideration. It also talks about how the Indian wigwams, after the manner of the Tartars, are circular and not square. We can see from this book here, the journey through Russia and Siberia from 1787, 1788, but it was republished in 1966. It calls them American Tartars. They have been a long time Tartars, and it will be a long time before they are any other kind of people. The yurt, or hut as we generally call it, substitute for a tent. So a yurt, of course, was the tent specifically used by the Mongols. In fact, the city of Tenduk, we saw Tenduk on a map before, that's actually named after the Tenduk that's found in the center of a yurt, the skylight essentially in the middle where you can pray through, because you'd pray to your god Tengri there, and that's called a Tenduk. I have a video about that if you want to learn more. The Asiatic, like the American Tartars, never change their dress. They are all the same on all occasions, in the field, in the house, on a visit, at the most dirty work, on a holy day. It is all the same, and they have never but one dress. It is very remarkable that both the Asiatic and American Tartars have the same caste or superstitious notions of women during their menstrual illness that Laban had in omitting to search for his silver gods when hid under Rachel, who feigned the menstruals. Very curious indeed. If we come to this book here, and once again, if you guys want to see any of the books, the reason I show you is so you can pause the video and then type this in and you'll go and find it. We can see at the bottom here, it says, if the tradition that men clothed in silk were seen at Quivera be well-founded, Hindus or Chinese or Japanese have mixed with the American Tartars. The Mexican and Peruvian kings, their almanacs and palanquins have come from Asia, as certainly as the Japanese in a later age have peopled the Kuril Islands, and the Moguls of a very remote age, Kamchatka. A different document here that we're looking at, Voyages of the Self, Pairs, Parallels and Patterns in American Arts and Literature. Once again, Henry Nash Smith long ago reminded us that a writer in the Portfolio, I like that, Portfolio, in 1817 referred to the Northern Plains Indians as the American Tartars, whilst Timothy Flint spoke of the Southwest Indians as ruthless red Tartars of the desert. This book coming from 1851, The Bible and Civil Government in Course of Lectures. We can see it says here, the illustrious Burke, the unrivaled prophet of politics, as he is sometimes called, described many years ago a crowd of American Tartars armed with the pike and the saber, pouring from the west over the Alleghanies and sweeping away the wealth and population of our eastern cities. grown indolent and defenseless by the natural course of popular government and profligate prosperity. So that's saying some American Tartars came pouring from the west, so obviously referring to Indians as American Tartars, flooding over the west, and they swept away wealth and population from some of the eastern cities. This one, from 1848, it says, Mr. Thorpe, upon authority of Colonel Donovan, thus alludes to this tribe of American Tartars.
Wow.
The Navajo Indians are a warlike people, have no towns, houses, or lodges. They live in the open air or on horseback and are remarkably wealthy, having immense herds of horses, cattle, and sheep. They are celebrated for their intelligence and good order. They treat their women with great attention, consider them equals, and relieve them from the drudgery of menial work. They are handsome, well-made, and in every respect a highly civilized people, being as a nation of a higher order of beings than the mass of their neighbors, the Mexicans. And this one from...
Shelley, I want to say it's a donkey, but it's a slightly skewiff donkey. I don't know. Yes. No wonder when the bringing of the very end of all of this, whenever that may have been, that they had to have that period of time, gigantic asylums to lock up and or call crazy, and they still do it to this day. In Australia, a guy just got put into a sectioned, whatever it's called, for trying to call out government corruption. It's same. Anybody who's a truth teller who wants to speak the truth against the powers that be gets institutionalized or killed, or just smeared as being crazy. But there's nothing like a real legitimization of craziness by putting them into a mental hospital. No wonder they had to have such gigantic buildings, appropriated buildings from the Tartars. Like, how about that? How's that the irony? How about them apples? Put the people who remember Tartaria into the asylums from found Tartarian buildings. Jesus fuck. I'm outraged. This is outrageous, but very interesting. No, you're not crazy. I agree. I think you need to do some more research on tartan and Tartars.
Around 1848-ish, it's another Massachusetts Quarterly Review. So again, reviewing books. I think this was reviewing a historical book that was released. So it goes, our people is the most singular people under the heavens. They are ready to run anywhere and to run through everything. This Antony, gyrating about these pampas, now exhibiting a magic lantern to keep himself from starving, with my friend Crosby, at another moment in a retreat like a whirlwind, with whole hordes of South American Tartars after his emaciated skeleton. Next thing slumping into a dirty dungeon, tomorrow strapping it across the dizzy heaven-kissing Cordilleras. I'm going to be honest, that felt like I was just reading the scribblings of a madman, but the fact that it mentions South American Tartars is rather curious, because again, connected to the old Peruvian kingdom. Did the Tartars go over like we've heard? It's very possible. And finally, absolutely nothing to do with actual American Tartars, but in 1938, I find it quite interesting that there was a synthetic organic chemical company actually called American Tartar.
Well, my theory about Massachusetts and surrounds and the fucking what the fuck is in the water in Massachusetts is that it's cursed land from the indigenous people, and that there's a forever curse, and it affects it's the brainworm. It's the proverbial brainworm. I actually think is a real thing. And then yes, very apt.
That's cool. So yeah, I thought that was quite cool. Actually called American Tartar School. The weird things you come across, eh? But anyway, I think I'll call that the end of the video because it's been quite a long one. We've gone into almost every American Tartarian document I can find. We did have some that we could delve deeper into, which I think we might have to in separate videos. But I think we tackled that well today, and I'd love to hear your opinions down below. What do you think was going on there? I think, my personal opinion, I think it's likely that the Chinese were moving over to America quite often. I think if ancient people were making those journeys on boats, I think the Chinese were very clearly able to do it. The ancient Chinese, we saw the Fusang, they're talking about it. We know the Tartars had a navy. There's stories about Hakata apparently going to North America. That's possible. Maybe it was the Quivira. Maybe we're talking about Alaska. Maybe they crossed over there. I'm not exactly sure. But I think the evidence does suggest that people in the 1800s, at least, definitely believed that the Indians were connected to the Tartars. A lot of learned people do believe that. DNA-wise, they do descend from the same people, but again, they say thousands of years ago. They say there haven't been any crossings since. I think the most recent crossings would be, circa 5,000 years ago, something like that. But why wouldn't they have been able to do it since that? It doesn't really make sense. So whether Kublai Khan's men did land in Peru and form the Peruvian Empire, maybe. Are the Aztecs connected? Maybe. Was there a West Coast kingdom of Tartars? And then, of course, we heard about the Tartars that were fighting against the Malays and apparently wiped them out in America and then just became the dominant force. So what do you guys think to that?
Okay, so
we're going to be having a look at something somebody sent me, which is apparently iced over canals and possibly
Sir, I suppose it's fair because I never say, hi, I'm Miss Shorty. I just assume that you know who I am. But this is, I think that he's got, these are separate videos that someone has then edited into one long documentary. So far, no reference to who he is. He's teasing us. He's tantalizing us with Tartars and no mention of who he is and what his channel is. Also, hi, I'm Miss Shorty. Can't wait for all the comments about, she keeps interrupting. Suck my dick.
Ruins buried under the ice in Greenland. So we're going to be having a look at that as well, some old maps of Greenland. So once again, this is none of my research. This has been sent to me by somebody else. So we're just going to be having a look over it and you can make up your own minds and tell me what you think in the comments down below. So first things first, we're going to have a look at what Greenland looks like on these different satellite images. So we've got this from Bing. This is the Bing satellite imagery. We can see Greenland here. It's pretty much just covered in ice, aside from the odd sections like down here. We can see that the whole thing is pretty much covered with ice. Over here, we've got some areas where doesn't seem to be any, but generally the whole thing is covered with ice. Now, this is from Yandex, the same thing really, except we see more ice in the northern regions. So perhaps these satellite images were taken at a different time. Although, look at that, very strange. Not put much effort into that. And down here, we can see the proper satellite imagery.
Did you see that? All blacked out? That's interesting. That's weird. That's suspicious.
But we can see that it's covered in ice. The Google Maps version, we can see the same thing. Once again up here, melted ice, but the whole thing generally covered in ice. And the final one is ArcGIS, and we can see, again, the same thing that we're seeing, absolutely covered in ice. A bit more detail up here. And finally, on Google Earth, we can zoom in, and once again, it is just completely flat, and you can't really make out anything. Look at that. So there's not much structure going. Oh,
I want to say that's suspicious to me, because even Steph, that looks especially whited out. He even zoomed in. That looks suspicious to me. Am I crazy? I don't think. Fine.
We zoom in even further, actually. We do get a little bit of land. Not really much to work with, is it? As you can see, keep zooming out, and that is it. So it gives you an idea that you can't really get much information from using these maps, which is fair enough. They're not exactly going to have mapped out the entire snowy regions, but it does raise some curious questions about what might be lying under here. So how old is the ice over Greenland? More than 1 million years ago, frosty Greenland was ice-free. Its bare bedrock exposed for 280,000 years. The atomic isotope beryllium-10 told the scientists that the rock had at one point been ice-free. To gauge how long that period lasted, they compared the amount of beryllium to quantities of aluminium-26. It appears at a 7-to-1 ratio to beryllium-10, but decays twice as fast. Quantity of aluminium atoms relative to beryllium told the scientists that once the ice cover melted away, the rock was exposed for more than 280,000 years, up until about 1.1 million years ago. So to summarize, the ice on the island of Greenland is about 1.1 million years old. The presence of ice-rafted sediments in deep-sea cores recovered from northeast Greenland in the Fram Strait and south of Greenland indicated the more or less continuous presence of either an ice sheet or ice sheets covering significant parts of Greenland for the last 18 million years. From about 11 million years ago to 10 million years ago, the Greenland ice sheet was greatly reduced in size. The Greenland ice sheet formed in the middle Miocene by coalescence of ice caps and glaciers. The western and eastern Greenland mountains constitute passive continental margins that were uplifted in two phases. 10 and 5 million years ago, in the Miocene epoch, there was an intensification of glaciation during the late Pliocene. Ice sheet formation occurred in connection to uplift of the west.
Okay, so I'm going to let you vote. This stuff makes some sense to me, but I've heard all these phrases and all this terminology in Graham Hancock's books. If it's a bit heavy for this time of night, you know what? Actually, no, I'm just going to call it. It's only 12 more minutes. I feel like it's going to be all this, and it's not even his research. So I'm going to leave it there. If you would like to, we can get back to it on the next Tartaria episode. I guess that's probably going to be next weekend. Well, yes, it is. Excuse me. So that feels like an abrupt way to end watching him, but my brain's buffering. It's been 5 hours, and that's sciencey, and I can't imagine you guys are in the middle of the night over there. So that was a cool weekend. I'll take these earballs out. I love it so much. You all are cloaked in four-legged farts. So thoughts and prayers. My brain hurts. Exactly. Same. Chat is dog farts. So yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm like, whoa. This is sciencey now. I'm shining from my excitement. That's pretty cool. That was pretty cool. It was fabulous. Yes. I love you all so very much. I love you too. Wow, I'm really shiny. God. This is why I look so youthful, because my skin's so greasy. Awesome stream. Thanks, Vix. So like I said at the start of the stream, we will absolutely do another call-in show in a couple of weeks, whenever Easter is. I don't know, man. God, I should know. Literal God. It's when Jesus was resurrected. Oh, I better get my date straight. I just spat. Farts and prayers. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. Chill till the next episode. Yes. Pia, you've got some serious research to do. We're going to find out about tartan. And you have to read all of America Before in the next week. You don't have to. Farts and prayers all around. I'll see if I can find out who this guy was. If not, remember, we're still only 2 parts into the original from episode 1 of our live streaming, so we'll try going back to that. I just didn't want to try it and have that stupid where it kept pausing me. Remember? Dumb. Did it the next night as well. YouTube, why you little? So remember to stay grounded and keep some perspective. We're not freaking out. We're going to practice gratitude for just the smallest of things, for our small accomplishments. Opal Gypsy's been clearing out her scrapbooking, very cathartic. An orderly mind is helped by an orderly environment. I can see why maybe I'm a bit scattered. Hope's going to go to sleep and dream of tartars. Stephanie's got more beer, I'm sure. I'm going to just do some stuff. I love you all so much. Be kind to each other. Be kind to yourself. I'll be binging my 528 megahertz tubes tonight. I love it. Hope's like already checked out tartars, wigwams and tartars. and functional organs. That was so much fun. I love you all so much. Thank you so much for being as excited about this as I am. I really appreciate you being all in. Cam Shorty, best Chatties Bay. I love you all so much, so much, so much. Thank you, my beautiful mods. Oh, my mouse is being crazy. Like me. It's like my mouse is freaking out about Tartaria. Mwah. I'll see you next week. I love you all so much.
I love you all so very much. We had a blast just chatting and stuff. Things may have gone a bit off the rails. Professional when all else fails. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. We're skating through all the tough things, learning about this and that, defense motions, prosecution, and narcissistic twats. 'Cause chat is babe, so much to say. Emotes and all the all caps out. May have been cheese, bit faster please. The time has come, Camp Shorty out. Community, just you and me. Occasionally, Buster and Poppy. It's the whole thing, Miss Shorty swing. Together we make each other happy. 'Cause chat is